of its kind. The Media Fest is an initiative that was started by the Department of Journalism and Communication, and its main aim is to make sure that we equip students with practical skills. You're most welcome to Africa Renewal University, whose core values are all centered on Christ, and we believe in God because He is the center of each and everything, and He is the creator. Without Him, we cannot do anything. Our guests, I would like to, first of all, welcome to you, each and every person who is around. Allow me on a special note to first welcome the Vice Chancellor of Africa Renewal University, who is here with us, Dr. Vincent. Can wave. He's seated right here. And I would also like to introduce to you our judges who are present. We have Mabel Twegumye Zake, who is a media personality and has worked with a New Vision as a reporter and a writer, worked with 93.3 KFM as a radio presenter and a producer, NBS TV, news anchor and show host, a producer. If you remember People and Power, that's the program. I can say that at least if you don't know her, you'll be in position to know her from there. And then she was also a writer of the Nile Post. And currently, she's working as a lecturer at Islamic University in Uganda and Victoria University. Still has not retired, but has instead put on new tires as an active media practitioner. Please help me welcome Mabel Twegumye Zake. You're most welcome. And then, after Mabel Twegumye Zake, we have, I can say, I will not say that he's one of our own. Today, please, he's a very big person. Mr. Wawiche David. And Mr. Wawiche David is a media and communications lecturer at Africa Renewal University and Uganda Christian University. He's a broadcaster with 8 years of experience in radio, and he holds a master's in public relations and media management. He's actually also holds a postgraduate diploma in journalism, a degree in information technology, and a diploma in journalism. Mr. Wawiche David has 10 years of experience, over 10 years of experience in public relations and communication. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Wawiche David. And then, this one I'm going to introduce. I say he's the father of all of us in the media fraternity. He's not a mister, he's beyond. He's called Dr. Mbaine. Dr. Mbaine is our keynote speaker, and he holds a degree in mass communication from Makerere University. He also holds a master's degree from Rhodes University, South Africa, and a doctorate, a PhD, which we usually call a permanent head damage. But that head damage, it's not like it is from, also he has a doctorate in journalism and communication from the University of Johannesburg, South Africa. He has practiced journalism for quite a number of years before he began his teaching career. And he's now a full-time lecturer at the Department of Journalism and Communication at one of Uganda's oldest universities, Makerere University, and he's an expert in communication policy and regulation. He's also a member of the Ministerial Committee on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, a position he held from August to December 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome with a round of applause our keynote speaker, Dr. Mbaine from Makerere University. If you've not seen him, he's seated in the front here. So be sure that he's already around. Ladies and gentlemen, also let me take this privilege and the honor to welcome the brother to the late Baale Francis, one of my mentors. Sir, you're most welcome. Please help me welcome with a round of applause. I'll be honest enough, when I saw you entering, I remembered the late because I produced him when he was still working with Radio Uganda and Uganda Television. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give this chance and opportunity to my boss, who is so you realize that with all this that we've organized, I do believe that every family by now must have done every position to be here today. Ne mama wafe, wa Rosemary Nankabirwa, nawe tukwaniriza, naye mumwanirize. So at this time, allow me to call the head of department, journalism, Africa Renewal University, to give us her address. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause as she comes.
Praise God. Praise God. God is good all the time. My boss, Dr. Vincent Byamukama, you're most welcome. My mentor, my parent, Dr. Adolf Mbaine, you're most welcome. Our dear judges, Mabel Twegumye Zake, my cosmate, master's level, you are most welcome. And my colleague, David Wabuche, you're also welcome. I am informed that our guest of honor, Honorable Joyce Bagara, is in the house. Honorable, you're most welcome. Our VC, you're most welcome. You can say, welcome us, then we can start. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Oliver. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Bagara, our judges, our invited guests, our speaker, the staff who are here, and the students. What a day. What a day, what a day. Thank you all for coming. And personally, I'm so excited to have all of us here to come and witness what the Department of Journalism is capable of. I must say that's one of the departments that I'm so proud of because of the things that they do all the time. So without wasting time, I would like to declare this function officially open, and let's move on. God bless you.
A round of applause to our Vice Chancellor. Our guest of honor, you're most welcome. Glad to see you. I will not introduce you, but at a later time, I will do the needful. So I believe we've been blessed by our elder and our Vice Chancellor. And now this is the time that we've all been waiting for. And I'm handing over to the judges to take up the next, which is the submission of content, and we start off officially. Thank you very much. Submission of content. Family members, they will call upon all the family members, and then we've been positioned to do that.
The poets to be ready.
papas and mamas. Let me take this opportunity to also first welcome the papas of different groups. Papa Baale Francis, Papa and Mama of Baale Francis. As you also do everything possible to bring your content. Then Nankabirwa family, please don't feel jealousy. You just welcome your fellow members. Nankabirwa family. I need that vibe. Then Nuliat Nambaziira family. And then Kyaze family. I love the vibe, and yeah, it's just the beginning. This is a competition, but of course you must be aware that at the end of the day, there must be one winner. You can't all be winners, but in a competition, we are doing it. It's a health competition, well knowing that we are going to do everything it takes for the betterment of this group. Thank you very much. So, Nankabirwa family, you ready? Okay, all right. I hand over to you to begin officially. First, submit your content to the judges. And then, of course, I know then, Baale Francis, where is your content? Baale Francis family. Okay. Please hurry up. When I will mention, then Baale Francis family. Okay, that's the papa. Then Kyaze family. Kyaze. And remember, you're losing marks. This is a competition, so you must be in position to do everything possible within the shortest possible time. Kyaze. Then lastly, Nankabirwa family. You've done. Nuliat family. Okay. I can see the papa, as always, with his red color, the red blood brotherhood. I can't say much. Commonly known as Tata Mitiana. Mr. Mutesasila Ronald. If you want to look for him around, the only thing you'll say is Jagala Tata Mitiana. He carries Mitiana at heart. I wish all of you would be proud of where you come from, because that's his tagline. You come here, you look for Ronald Mutesasila, they will tell you we don't know him. But mention Mitiana, he will be there. So, Honorable Joyce, that man, I know, he carries the district at heart. And I believe he's one of the guys to watch. I'm not in any way like doubting his capabilities. So, and the poets should be ready. Poets. And I think I'm going to do it by force. I'm going to start with, okay, those are ready. Nankabirwa family. Yes. Nankabirwa family, the poet, come and take up the podium. You can start off. Thank you.
Glory Mashio, ready to present to you a poem entitled Embracing the 30 Agenda. We went through the times the real tough times, when hours became days, then days became weeks, when weeks became months, and months became years. A shadow cast of COVID. A shadow cast by COVID's wrath. The youths staggered on uncertain path. Their dreams put on hold. Hope fade away. But within this storm, a silent rushed to sway. 2030 agenda, beckoning progress and change. Ambitious goals set a better world in range. But COVID's arrival has disrupted every plan, trusting the growth into an unforsaken quicksand. They adapted swiftly, embracing technology's aid. Connecting through screens, their passion displayed. Reimagining classroom, learning became anew. A virtual mosaic, dreams began to pursue. Inequalities veil. Inequalities veil. Inequalities veil abruptly uncovered. Youth fought for justice, their voices uncumbered. Advocating for change, demanding for their rights. Post-COVID, the future ignited by these fights. So let us applaud the youth's indomitable spirit. Our resilience, our strength, we must credit. For in this post-COVID world, together we shall thrive. As the youth reclaim their dream, helping humanity survive. It's time to rise again. It's time to rise again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's from Nankabirwa family. Yes, next is Kyaze family. Please hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Remember, time is money.
My name is Orjal Maureen, and I'm from Kyaze Farm.
Kiona Collins Joel from Kyaze family. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyaze family presenting for you a poem by title, Hopeful Horizons, Youth and Agenda 2030. Accelerating recovery from COVID-19 is a great an Agenda 2030 for youth. Let's equip. In challenging times, we are dismayed. Working towards our progress, together we have swayed.
The pandemic test we faced with praise. Seeking a world where all can find a face. Agenda 2030's vision, our compass in the night, guiding us towards a future that's bright.
With innovation and hope, we shall reign. Our determination with unwavering sail. For the world that's unsustainable, we carry them all through. Youth are committed. This vision will pursue.
In the face of adversity, we will rise above. Accelerating recovery with unveiling sail. 2020's lessons, we carry them through. Towards a better tomorrow, we will work. Me and you.
So let us unite in this global quest for the world where all dreams find rest. Youth at the helm.
Accelerating recovery and progress in you.
Youth at the helm.
To our goals will
be true. Sons and daughters of the black continent, Africa, for God and my country. Bye.
A round of applause. A round of applause. Yes. Daniel Kyaze, you've done as well. I can hear you're speaking English and you're like, yeah. Our communication lectures are not in vain. Okay. Then, Papa Mitiana, your group is the next. All right. There she comes.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Monica Nakasumba from Nuliat Nambaziira family. I'm presenting a poem entitled Hope on the Horizon. In a world set by trials, we stand tall. COVID shadow cast. We had the call. Together we rise. Hand in hand we stride. For the 2030 agenda, Christ is our guide. A pandemic storm swept over the land. With unity and hope, we firmly withstand. The vision we bear holds a future so bright. With each step, we move forward. We will reach our goal. COVID's darkness may have clouded our days, but the 2030 agenda will light our ways. Recovery's pace may be slow but steady. With resilience and hope, we are ever ready. In the face of a virus, we found our grace. Now let's race the recovery phase. 2030's goals are a path to a better tomorrow. Together we will heal and banish all sorrow. In unity, we shall rise from COVID's string with hope and purpose. Our hearts will sing The agenda's promise is a beacon we pursue, a brighter future for me and you. A world in turmoil, in need of light. COVID's shadow fade. We will win the fight with sustainable goals. Our path is clear. Recovery and progress, year by year, as we strive to pursue careers. In this world collecting unemployment, we set up trends of our small-scale businesses to compete with elders. Together we will succeed. From isolation grasps, we break free to forge a future just and visionary. With courage and vigor, we overcome. We create legacy. Brighter days come. For a sustainable development, all our emphasis on unity and hope. All ideas built together will create a better future. Together we rise, hand in hand, the accelerating recovery. We believe with unity and purpose, we will achieve a future where all can stand and believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nuliat family. Allow me to welcome the Baale family, the poet. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jabe Janet Emmanuel, presenting Still Standing. In the midst of darkness, a glimmer of light, a world filled with hope, emerging from the night. COVID tried to hold us down, but the youth rose together with purpose profound. We found our strength in unity, embracing the challenge, setting ourselves free, a generation fueled by passion and drive, ready to make a difference, ready to revive, accelerating from this global plight, striving to ensure a future so bright. The 2030 Agenda, our guiding star, to build a sustainable world from near and far. We understand the power we possess. We understand the power we possess to create lasting change and to progress. As the youth, our voices must be heard, speaking up for justice and spreading the word. Through education, we'll empower all, breaking down barriers, standing tall. Equality and inclusivity, our steadfast goals. Leaving no one behind, as our mission upholds. Eradicating poverty, ending hunger's reign, promoting health, relieving others' pain. Sustainable cities, clean energy in sight. Preserving our planet through day and night. Innovation, creativity, our tools at hand. Harnessing technology, shaping a promising land. The youth, a catalyst for transformation. Coming together, a global collaboration. Let us be the driving force, the active voice, championing change for us to rejoice. accelerating from COVID's stranglehold. The youth is potential, a story yet untold. So let us rise, let us unite, ignite the flame, shine ever so bright, for together we shall shape our destiny, accelerating towards a future of harmony. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me acknowledge the writer of this poem, Claire Meme.
Thank you so much. Leero abatasoma ffe tugoyingewa. Guys have spoken, the English has been spoken, everything has been spoken. Thank you very much. A round of applause to all of you. Our guest of honor, Madam Honorable Joyce Wagala. I would like to let you know that the theme for this year's Media Fest, second edition, is the role of the youth in accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. And I do believe that at least whoever has been here has done something, has given justice to that. And I believe all of you, you are winners, but there will be one person who will take it all at the end of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to let you know that at Africa Renewal University, we are Christ-centered, and we believe that without God, we cannot do everything or anything. And so, in case you're here and you don't believe in God and you've never received Christ, I'm not here to preach, but to let you know that Jesus can save you from your sins. So, without wasting much time, allow me to call upon the groups for the speech. And we are starting with Baale Francis family. And as they come on stage, allow me to let you know that this group, the brother, Mr. Charles Bruno Baganja, from the Mutima clan. How many of you are from the Mutima clan? Mutima clan? So a round of applause, he's around. And so Baale Francis family, it's your time to come here and present your speech. If you're not ready, then we can move to the next group. And that's how you're losing marks, by the way. Baale Francis family? Okay, thank you very much.
Honored guests, my fellow students, AfRU staff, and the members of media fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Stephen Malesh from Baale family. Allow me to try to eulogize not just a man, a life and a legacy that is still inspire us all. We convene today an individual whose voice once resonated in our homes, delivering the news with poised integrity and to the truth. We remember and celebrate the life of a man, a news anchor who left an indelible mark on the media landscape of Uganda. This is a man that needs no further introduction. For Baale Francis was not just a news anchor. He was a beacon of journalistic excellence and a voice that brought us stories from near and far. His dedication to his craft was unwavering, and his voice for craft was unwavering, and his pursuit of truth was unyielding. In an era of sensationalism, overshadowed substances, he stood as a pillar of integrity, reminding us of the noble purpose of journalism. Through the context of his broadcast, he provided us with not just headlines. He brought us context, insights, and understanding. He reminded us of the power and responsibility that comes with being a journalist, the power to inform, the power to educate, and the power to inspire. He understood that journalism was not just a profession, it was a calling. It was a calling to shine a light on the darkest corner of the society, to speak the truth to power, to be the voice for the voiceless. As we posthumously tribute him tonight, let us not only mourn his passing, but also celebrate his legacy. Let us remember the mandate of journalism: to shape our society, to hold our leaders accountable, and to be the force for good. Let us carry forward his dedication of truth, integrity, and the service to the public. In the wake of his absence, let us recommit ourselves to the value that Baale Francis embodied. Let us stand as guardians of truth and advocates for justice as voice for the voiceless. In our own capacities, let us honor his memory by continuing his work, ensuring that the flame he ignited shines brightly. For we are Fourth Estate, we are the watchdogs, bringing the nation to the accountability. Baale Francis may have left this world, but his impact will always continue to reverberate through the stories he shared, the principle that he upheld, and inspiration that he provided. He will forever remain the emblem of what journalism is and should be. Let us remember his priceless smile, his royal regalias, and we definitely can never forget his command of English, an accent that has never equaled since his demise. Join me as we observe a moment of silence in his honor. May his soul rest in peace, and may his legacy live on in our hearts and mind of all who are touched by his work. He will remain as an icon of journalism in Uganda. Thank you.
The jungle at Nakasero, and soon after the war. So what actually happened was a snake sneaked into the studio.
That story is true?
Yeah, that's true. I was on air and the snake comes in. So from the corner of my eye, I could see something moving. I didn't seem to notice that it was a snake, but the movement kept on approaching the desk. Then finally I was forced to look there, so I did this, and a 5-foot snake. So I forgot I was on air, and I said, oh my God. Then I remembered that I was on air, and then I said, good night. Then I jumped out.
It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn, who knew?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we beg to know which family it is. Oh, I'm from Nuliat family. Nuliat, rather. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome for this event. I am here to honor the memory of Nuliat. Nambaziira, a fallen journalist. Fellow citizens and people of God, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ. I am Shina Mirembe Nambaziira, a student of journalism and multimedia communication at Africa Renewal University, representing the Nuliat family in the Media Fest. I come today with a broken heart as we take this moment to reflect on the life and remember the contributions of our fallen hero. Who is Nuliat Nambaziira? She has over 10 years experience in mass media, mainstream journalism, and has been a women's rights and gender equality activist. She held a Bachelor of Science degree in mass communication. At the time of her death, she was pursuing a master's degree in social sector planning and management. She worked at WBS TV for about 9 years, Interreligious Council of Uganda as a communications and public relations assistant for 2 years, and from July 2014 up to her death, she worked as the program officer communications and networking at the East African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women, which is known as EACOEA SSI. Nuliat was also a board member of Uganda Media Women's Association, which is known as UMA, and the Uganda Journalists Association, known as UJA, until her death. Brothers and sisters, we all know that our children are a gift from God, and the fruit of the womb is a reward to mankind. Unfortunately, many die while bringing another to life. According to a report compiled by UNFPA, 16 die every day due to pregnancy-related complications, and in Uganda, and another 20 to 30 women suffer serious injury or disability due to complications during pregnancy or delivery every day. Unfortunately, our Nuliat falls in the range of those. According to an online news posted by New Vision Uganda, she died on May 4th, 2018. The executive director of EAC, Sheila Kawamara Mishambi, reported that she had delivered a baby girl through cesarean section the previous week, but was rushed back to Kampala International Hospital after developing postnatal complications, including bleeding. She died shortly after reaching the hospital. I therefore come here to encourage all of us to be vigilant and work towards ending maternal child deaths within our community, so that we do not lose another life, exemplary and influential, while or after giving birth. It can happen to any woman, irrespective of the level of education and learning. Together we shall create a better environment for our mothers and babies. I call upon all of us to have a good health-seeking behavior and go for regular health checkups in the same situation, which is referred to as pregnancy. This will help you know your own body and know what to expect as you graduate to real maturity and parenthood. To this day, Nuliat will be remembered for her resilience at work, her excellence as one of the best news anchors the country has ever produced. As James Onen stated, a proprietor of Hot Shots, a news website, and will always be a star whose light kept Uganda glued to the defunct WBS Luganda news bulletin every day. As Sadab Chitata, a journalist, The Observer, describes, may her soul rest in peace. I beg that we stand and observe a moment of silence for Nuliat Nambaziira. Please. Thank you so much. Once again, I am Shina Mirembe Nambaziira. God bless you, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Shina, from Nuliat family. Daniel Kyaze family.
Good afternoon, everyone. I observe the protocol in the interest of time. My name is Martin Bileni. I come from the Daniel Kyaze family. My family members, hi. It's both a joyous and sad day for me and my team and my entire family of Daniel Kyaze as we reflect on a life well lived, a legacy that has continued to live among us on this day that we remember our dear hero, Daniel Kyaze. It's a sad day for me because remembering a man who touched so many lives through his media industry, through his personality, through his family life, through his social attributes and works that he did among us, to remember that he is no more among us is such a sad moment for us. The fond memories that we shared with him continue to live among us. However, it's a joyous day for me because we are remembering a very rich legacy that he has continued to live among us. Although he is dead, his legacy continues to remind us of who he is. We continue to learn from him. The teacher that he was, the instructor, the inspirer that he was, he continues to be in our lives even this very day. At this point, I would like us to stand up and observe a moment of silence in remembrance of a life well lived. Daniel, you lived among us. You made us to realize that being in media is something that can be fancied. We will forever remember you. Rest in peace. Daniel Kyaze was born on the February 14, 1943, a remarkable day. As we all know, as young people, that's a Valentine's Day. How could he miss to be a man of love when he was born on a day that is meant to known in the whole world as a day of love? He was born to Bazilulule Kyaze and Eseza Nanyonjo of Kasokoso in Buike district. He was buried on the Tuesday, February 24th at his ancestral home in Buike district. His death came as a shock to many because even at his age, although he was an elderly man, he continued to serve with the fervence and passion and curiosity and enthusiasm that he possessed right from the early days when he started working in the then Radio Uganda from February 1964. Straight out of school, and he never looked back. He preferred to stay out of controversies. He was a man who kept reading news, and he also produced so many documentaries that continue to tell his story, even to us this day. He had a knack of timekeeping, and he was always very smart. Before I came here, I was wondering how I should dress if I had to emulate him. I have successfully failed to emulate him. He always showed up for work very early and was always dressed in suit. He always loved to wear a clean shirt and a tie regardless of the weather. As he rose through the ranks, he took upon himself to train a number of people. I am glad to announce one of the people whose lives he touched directly is right here in the house. I am about to disclose in the next few lines. According to his son, Daniel Kyaze Jr., the veteran news anchor was turning 72 years when he was marking 50 years in radio broadcasting. I would like us to appreciate him with a hand of clap. When we talk about a hero and we say this is a veteran journalist, this is exactly what we mean. 50 years of serving people in the entertainment industry, particularly in the radio. In 1998, he joined the WBS TV as a part-time newsreader. He was the face of the 7 p.m. news. Then in 2001, he joined the new Akabozi Kubiri radio, where he read the news from Monday to Friday, starting at 6 a.m. For over 14 years. He never missed a bulletin in a week, except for the days when he was really ill and he couldn't make it. He was so passionate about time, and that whenever the official vehicle arrived, the driver didn't need to hoot. He just needed to put in the flash, the headlight of the vehicle, and there you would see Daniel Kyaze. Kyaze was an ardent Anglican member of the Mackay Church in Natete. That is where he built his home. He was also a staunch member of the Rotary Club, so we can call him a Rotarian. At the time of his passing on, many people could not hold speaking out very inspiring words. I have picked a few about him. Wycliffe Sebunya says, for the last 4 years, I worked with Daniel Kyaze on the morning shift. He did the morning news on Akabozi, where I took on the morning shift on Radio 1. When it was time for editing and reading news, it was a serious business for him. He had an immense passion for journalism. I remember him always telling us, there's no room for mistakes in journalism. Back in the newsroom, he was a humorous guy with lots of stories and jokes that would date back to 1970s. Betty Olive Kamia, the former MP Robaganov, now the Inspector General of Government, describes Daniel Kyaze as the smartest journalist he ever knew. I quote, whenever he spoke, you would not fail to give a comment because he was a warm and calm man, says Kamia. One of the persons that I said I was going to mention, whose life has been immensely transformed and touched directly by the Daniel Kyaze we are talking about, is Honorable Joyce Bagala. I would request you to stand up and wave. At the time of his death, this is what Honorable Joyce Bagala said. Kyaze wanonga sikulaba, are you okay? Are you coming? He would ask around 4:45 a.m. And I am not yet at the station. And then when I entered the newsroom, he would say, good morning, Joyce. Abana balunjo mwana omukulu. And then he would laugh. He would always compliment my beauty and my smartness. When I first joined Radio 1 from Sanyu FM in 2008, I took on the early morning shift. I was worried about how I was going to work with him, since I had worked with much younger people before at Sanyu FM. But you can't believe how easy and fun it was to work with Kyaze. He was a simpler than young people that I knew. He was easygoing and very open. Those were the honest words of Honorable Joyce Bagala then. If Kyaze was here, he would be a very proud man that after him, there has come out a member of parliament. I would go on and on. Allow me to say the following. We need more Daniel Kyazes in our time today, members. Men and women who will strive to stand for the truth, who will stand to fight for the press freedom that we are yearning for, who will yearn to stand on the truth and speak for the voiceless, who will yearn to raise up community issues, who will rise up to make media industry a desirable one, who will make radio work something that many young people are running away from, but would add enthusiasm, who will bring unity in our newsrooms. When you go to media houses, our newsrooms have become places for quarrels and fights. People are running away from the newsroom because we are talking about money not being there. But Daniel Kyaze was not a man after money. He was a man after, he was a true civilian that honored his call to serve humanity. At Africa Renewal University, we believe we are raising transformational leaders not only to serve in the church, but also in the community. One of our core values is embracing community so that we live in love and unity in the purpose that God united us. As journalists and the new breed of generation of journalists, we must emulate a life well lived like this of Daniel Kyaze, that we go out to transform our communities and speak for the voiceless and raise issues that affect our communities and pertinent issues, especially at a time when we are filled with citizen journalism. Everyone is almost now a journalist through social media. We must stand tall and be known as people who have trained, people who have not just wasted time at a university like this, people who will cause change in the media industry. Surely Daniel Kyaze is gone, but his legacy continues to live among us, our heartfelt appreciation to the family for continuing to honor such opportunities that we have. Because he is a true hero, he will forever be in our hearts. Rest in peace, Comrade Kyaze. We shall forever remember you. For God and my country.
Thank you so much. Now, the last family, Rosemary and Nankabirwa. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon today, everyone. Thank you for having me. This is from Nankabirwa family. Mommy, thank you for coming. We honor you, and I pray someone be around you to comfort you during this time. It's the 12th of April, 2015. You decide to attend the funeral of Rosemary Nankabirwa. At the function, surrounding you are friends hugging, parents holding children, and hundreds of journalists, all mourners, fighting back tears as a solemn dirge is played, as the body of the fallen informed comrade is taken to its final resting place. Gazing at the brown casket with words in loving memory, you see a reflection of yourself and its polished service, and feel the connection of the past and the present. My name is Logose Barbara Doreen, and I'll be sharing with you the professional life, the personal life, and the legacy of a high-profile news anchor, one who was very well-spoken and very, very smart. A perfect representation of what every female news anchor should be like. A journalist whose career was an illustrious one, but snuffed out too soon. Rosemary Nankabirwa Kamboga was born on the 4th January, 1798. Born of Rebecca Kibirije and Brian Kibirije. She studied at Bishop School Mukono, and then later joined Melvin Jones Academy. Nankabirwa later attended the Kenya School of Professional Studies. She received a diploma in mass communication. She started her journalism career at Radio Waumi in Nairobi in the year 2004, and later worked with Kampala FM before joining WS in the year 2005. In the year 2006, Nankabirwa joined NTV Uganda and was among the best female news anchors that was worth watching and paid off. She was one anchor that made the youth and the young middlemen to desire to watch the news night. She also presented at the business magazine that aired out weekly. As one of the most famous faces, her star continued to rise in several places, and she was able to get awards. And one of them was the Business Image Award and the ICT Journalist of the Year, 2008. She also received an award of the Hospital Journalist in the year 2009. She was also a finalist in the Young Achievers Awards. Rosemary Nankabirwa Kamboga succumbed to adrenal cancer, carcinoma, in the month of December 2014. For the next 6 months, she was fighting and lost the battle. On the very day that Ugandans were collecting money, fundraising, over a tune of 100 million shillings, she returns home and remains, leaving Uganda with memories like a mother who cannot forget the day her child smiled, the day she called her mother On the day, the very, very first day, she took the first step and made her proud. We were left broken, and today we want to celebrate the life of a woman whose character, whose career emulates and communicates to the future influencers, that is you and I, reminding us of where we came from, where we are, and where we want to be. This is a woman that reminds me every day that everything is actually possible. She died at the age of 37 while pursuing her bachelor's in mass communication in London. I want to thank each and everybody who made it a point to come today, especially to recognize the one and only Rosemary Nankabirwa Kambuga. I am not here to make you feel so sad about her, but I want us to celebrate, especially to the mother, that I want to remind you that your birth pangs were worth it. As David says, at my mother's breast, I trusted you. Thank you for being a mother of an epitome. Thank you for being a mother of an embodiment, a jewel in the crown. As Maurice Mugisha stated it, I would call her a broadcasting gem. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, I would like to play the other video of the late Baale Francis. It has failed? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, after all has been said and done, I would like us all to stand. It's a kind request that we observe a moment of silence for all these fallen heroes and heroines in the media industry. May their souls rest in eternal peace. May get seated. It's quite a very big problem for me. It's such a moment because at least all the 4 fallen journalists, heroes and heroines, I knew them. I can't say much. It's quite hard for me. But it's the reason as to why. The question I'm giving to each one of you, for those who understand Runyankweli, I usually say, now that you're there, those who will be there, no, now that you're there, when you will not be there, how will those who will be there know that you were there? Or how will they know that you once existed? So it's a question of legacy. And legacy to me is all about a life that you've touched and a life that you've inspired. It's the very reason as to why we are here today to celebrate these fallen journalists, these fallen heroes and heroines, and the great media icons for the work well done. I will not share, because if I'm to talk about each and every person, it's another day for me, because the memories still live. Yeah, so that is all I can say. So we are going to the next item, and that is presentation of English news plus live reporting. And without wasting any time, I would like to call upon our HOD. There is some change of program, and then she will communicate the rest of the program to us. Thank you very much.
Hello. How are you? Nuliat Nambaziira family. Baale Francis family. Kyaze family. Nankabirwa family. Kale all of us at once. Are you there? Yes, they are gone, but we still remember them. Amen? You know, today is my, and today is Honorable's. Wow. So Honorable wants to go away. She has another meeting. She has requested us to at least first share a cake with us. Then she can leave after. Honorable, you are welcome. A round of applause, you guys. You're most welcome, Honorable. Kamera zara zewa banange. Munkube ko nayo Honorable nange.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to really apologize that I'm going to leave very soon. I didn't want to fail to come today. A very special hello to Mebo Twegumiezake. Yeah, she is my friend and my former workmate. Oh yes, at Next Media Services. So I would also like to recognize Zena Baker, or Baker Zena. I came with her and she works with Next Media Services. The last time that I was here, we talked about all the things that we can do. I am sure that many of you have never seen Baker on air, but she's very, very important when it comes to the running of Next Media, especially current affairs. So she is the producer of the Morning Breeze, and I know that most of you watch the Morning Breeze. She is the person behind it. Now, because this is a competition, I will not make comments about the presentations, because then I may bias the judges. So I'll not make comments about the presentations, but I'm very thrilled. I like the work that you're doing. I am moved by the fact that we are remembering people that we have been with, but most especially because I have worked with these people, I have known them, especially Danny Kyaze. The comments that I made at the time of his death were actually very honest. When I first met him, I thought it was going to be challenging working with someone who is double your age. The good thing is we got along so well, and he was such a timekeeper. He was never late all the time that I worked with him, and I hope that we can be like them. The same applies to Baale Francis. He knew what time management was. Not just about the time of anchoring news, but time for everything. So it's very important to understand time management and timekeeping. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to such events because I love journalism, I love the media, and even though I am a member of parliament right now, I still follow what's happening in the country, both politically, but also on the part of journalism. And I know there's a lot that we need to do as journalists in terms of quality, in terms of the standard of the work that we do. And I'm sure that my twin, oh yeah, she's doing a very good job, and she will produce journalists that can pay attention to quality, yes, and standard. I listened to the poems about the COVID effect and transitioning from the COVID effects, and I can tell you that businesses, even media businesses, are still down. Some of them never recovered from the COVID pandemic. but also about the 2030 vision. And this is what I can say, and I'm being very honest. Personally, I don't think there is a vision without leadership transition. So for the young people who are here, it doesn't matter what political party you believe in or you belong to. There is believing, there is belonging. You don't have to belong to the National Unity Platform, to which I belong. You could belong to the NRM, you could belong to the Democratic Party, you could belong to the FDC. But if you're talking about health, we are talking about media, we are talking about communication, we are talking about education, whatever that we are talking about, we need a change that will serve all Ugandans. And I'm thinking that you young people are responsible. You've got a duty to be part of us to bring about this change. It doesn't matter where you are, where you stand from. And that's why, for those of you who have been following social media in the past week, you have seen the documentary that I named The Missing 18. Because yes, I am a politician, but I'm thinking, as a journalist, how do I use my profession to add to this politics that I am playing? And I did that because I know as a journalist, I can use my journalistic skills to communicate what is happening in society. Those are the things that you've been talking about, the accountability, things about integrity, everything that you've been talking about in these speeches, everything you've been talking about in these poems. You have the power, you have the capacity, you have the ability, but most importantly, you have a duty to live those so that we can have a better Uganda. And because I don't have a lot of time, and because this is a competition, that is why I am restraining myself from making comments about the work that you're presenting. Just wish me a happy birthday.
To you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, it was really, really a pleasure being here with you. It is the second time at the university, and I promise that I will be here any other time. Thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Our guest of honor, before you leave, let's get a knife, and then the two birthday babies will do the cutting, cake cutting. We can't leave minus. Yes. So, at a count of from 5 to 0, you guys be ready. Oh, yes, and also I've been informed. Yes, the daughter of Madame Olive can also join. And then we shall also request our doctor, our elder, honorable, I don't know whether you're going to be Dr. Vincent, our VC, to join, and then they cut the cake. It's not your birthday, it's a humble request, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. So we are going to count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear babies. Dear babies. Ushers, come and help. Please, ushers, help. Request the media team if the other video is ready. Ushers, please hurry up. All right. You see a very good handshake. No, it's a very big hug. That's why journalists never grow old. Yeah. Honorable Joyce, you do a repeat of the hug with Mabel Twegumi. Yes. Would also request that after that, our judges will also join. Let's join for a group photo. Yes. Our judges, DJ, Sam. Yes. Yes. Our producer, you are a very important person. I remember I taught you for 2 days at Indonesia University. You also come. Now I can give you instructions because you were once my student, though you might not remember me. Okay. Yes. Yes, papas and mamas from different families. This is the opportune moment. Papas and yes, hurry up, hurry up. Papas and mamas of the different families. Yes. Okay. Yes.
belated birthday once more. Yes, well, we are going in the presentation of English news plus live reporting. So families, I want to call upon the Nuliat family for that. Thank you.
Technical team, are we set? Please, the rest of us, excuse me, I request that let our eyes be this side. And remember, we are doing a progressive assessment, so, okay? All right, thank you very much. Technical team, are we good to go? Technical team, are we ready? Producers of the different families. Okay. Technical team, which family should we? Okay. Daniel Kyaze family. Daniel Kyaze family. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as the technical team is sorting out a few key issues, our Vice Chancellor, sir, I would like to take this moment to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Adolf Mbaine, to deliver his message to us. And after that, we shall start off with the presentation of the news bulletin. Please help me welcome our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor who has just left, the Honorable Joyce Vagara. I told her here, I whispered to her here that she is my MP as well. She's not only the MP for Mityana women, but she also represents me directly in Parliament, even if I'm not a woman. Because I think it helps us to have as many people in our profession and industry up there in Parliament. Yeah, so our guest of honor who has left us engagement, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Byamukama, the head of the journalism and staff of the department, our distinguished guests representing the four families whose people are our heroes and heroines, and we honor them today. The judges, Mabel and David, members of staff, academic staff, and other support staff and administrative staff, students of this university, AfRU, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to be here today. For the first time, I came asking for directions. I had not been here about this university, but I had not had the opportunity of this interaction. So when my former student, Oliver Taremwa is my former student, she really suffered under me. I taught her the undergraduate program. I taught her a postgraduate diploma program. I also taught her at her master's program. So I think she suffered the full wrath of what we do in the lecture rooms. Plus, Mabel Twegumia, you are judge, exactly the same trajectory. So when Oliver called me to come and speak to you, I thought this was a great opportunity for me, because as universities, I work at Makerere University, but as universities, we don't look at ourselves as competitors. We look ourselves as people who complement each other. And you see, journalism and mass communication produce people who, take that extra energy and effort to work for the public good. And they work in very, very difficult circumstances. And so somebody told me that journalists in this country and in similar places work like in the jaws of crocodiles. So the bigger the number, the safer you are more likely to be, because the crocodile cannot swallow 100 people at the same time. So you may even frighten it. So the more people we produce, the better we are off. And let me tell you, because of the things I'm going to say shortly, journalism in this country has also one of the highest turnovers. People come in and leave for different reasons. People are even departed. We need people who replace them. And so I want to thank the African Renewal University for joining us and other universities in producing people so that journalism can continue to reproduce itself. When I was coming, I intended to write a paper presentation, but midway through the writing, I discovered that it was going to be misplaced. So I stopped it. I don't have a paper. I am going to say just a few things. I was told I have 15 minutes, but if you don't stop me, I can speak until evening. So I need a time signaling to me that the time is almost up. Yeah, but let me say that I'm talking about journalism in the post-COVID age, which is a huge challenge because the theme of your day-to-day is about issues around COVID, after COVID, then what next for young people and so on. And for me, I know journalism best, so I'm going to speak about journalism. I'm not going to speak about health or education or other things. Yes, journalism has suffered many transitions, some consciously, some even unconsciously, over the years. I began practicing journalism in 1992. I'm sure that quite a number of people in this room did not even exist then as a concept. In Nairobi, color separations to be able to produce a full color front cover of the magazine. We had to send materials, pictures, whatever to Nairobi by DHL. Then they come back. Then we take them to the printer. Color separation actually began happening in Uganda in 1998. There was a man called Kato, one of the Katos, who then imported the machines and began doing color separation here. Today, this is like a joke because you can do color separations even on your phone now. Yeah. There was the internet was there, but its uptake, of course, was very low. It was not until most of our email accounts, those who opened email accounts that time, are probably around 1999 and so on. And life began to get better. 2004, 5, 6, then Facebook and Twitter get into the mix. And as you know, social media has changed life in many ways, but has impacted journalism quite seriously. I remember that in 1998, I was processing something for one of the international media outlets. I had left mainstream journalism, but I used to be called back to do some bits for international and even local news organizations. So I remember that in 1998, Bill Clinton, the former president of the United States, came here. And you know what happened? When he visited a place called Chisowera in Mukono, there was a small primary school there. That's where they took him, among other sites. Ugandan journalists, when they returned to the newsrooms, they found that, the newspapers especially, they found that their editors had already finished stories and gone home. They were useless. Because the international journalists who were here had already written stories, taken pictures, fed the international news media, and the international news media now had relayed the stories back into the newsrooms here. The stories were laid, and the editors had gone home. That's how far technology can make you redundant. And we have seen this even before COVID. Yes, social media has affected a lot of things. Even today, even these politicians fear social media. You know, from 2016 up until even the last election, social media was closed, presumably on security grounds. Yes. But of course, you know the power of social media is that now everybody has access to quick information and can share information very, very fast. And before you know, if you've been rigging at a polling station, everything will be on display. Yes, so our governments, I'm sure even in 2026, social media will be closed. I don't think that's even a no-brainer. Social media will be closed maybe a week before the 2026 elections, and so on. In 2017, I visited Namibia. Namibia is a small country, very well run, liberal. It's a liberal democracy. For them, they have term limits. They are not like you. They have term limits and so on. But Namibia is not very well known like South Africa and a lot of other, the bigger and richer Southern Africa countries. Yeah, so we had a group of university lecturers had visited what they call Namibia University of Science and Technology, NUST. Yeah, and we visited a newspaper. We visited a newspaper called the Namibia Economist. Yes. What did we find? We found the 2017, the Namibia Economist had ceased printing a newspaper 5 years earlier. That was 2012. So they were running a digital newspaper. And the owner and proprietor told us that he wished he had stopped publishing the newspaper 5 years earlier than he did. Why? Because his digital newspaper was so much more profitable than what the earlier edition had been. He was not printing any newspapers. If you wanted to read the newspaper, it was online. But here was also another interesting perspective. When he ran full operations, when he was still operating a traditional newspaper, he employed 20 people. In the digital era, he employed only 3 people outside his wife and himself. So he employed 1 reporter, an accounts assistant, and an office manager cleaner, the person who made the office. Those are the 3 people he employed, outside himself and his wife. This is 2017. And then, of course, you all know that in 2019, at the end of 2019, or specifically here in Uganda and East Africa, in early 2020, then COVID struck. What happened when COVID struck? We closed. We closed and went home. And we became, for a lot of us, became objects of charity. Did you get the free posho and the beans? Ah, okay. If you didn't, then sorry. But we got free posho, we got free beans. We went home for 3 months. We came back. Then we closed again. Then we went back, and so on and so forth. But the effects of COVID are still with us, both the good and the bad. And we need to take very serious cognizance of those effects. What happened? We couldn't work. People died, and the economies became stressed. Even up to now, we are still suffering the economic stress arising out of COVID. Media struggled. The Honorable Joyce Bagara talked about even media which never survived COVID-19. 2 lockdowns and so on, and dislocation of the economy. Yeah, but something also came out of COVID that we still have to contend with. When work was able to resume, people were told to work remotely. So people took up other methods of work. And these other methods of work also meant that people also took up other ways of life. So digitalization increased, and today a lot of people actually don't go out to look for information. Information finds them where they are seated. A lot of people now can work from home, and so on. And a lot of people also lost their jobs as a result, because when you increasingly digitalize, it means that you need fewer people to do all that you needed to do in the pre-digitalized era. So today, we live in the new normal. Yes, we live in the new normal. And for journalism, that is very interesting. Even for us as journalism professors, that is very, very indicative of so many things. What do we need to do? The question then is, what do we need to do to remain above the water? Because we have seen so many things happen. We have seen businesses collapse. We have seen people lose jobs. We have seen people become irrelevant, become redundant. So what do we need to do? That is the question. Let me tell you that in the past, the Ugandan media has never been a great Ugandan media have never been great institutions because of the size of our economy. A lot of times, media also grows, media institutions grow because of the other factors in social and political and economic life. Media is not, media does not exist in isolation. So the size of your economy, if you compare, for example, our media houses and media houses in Kenya, it's really like a comparison between Beauty and the Beast. One is completely the opposite of the other in terms of size, in terms of sophistication, and so on. I was telling Mabel and David when we had a break somewhere, you know, that in these other developed the countries which are better than ourselves, their media executives transit into university professorship very, very easily. I was at the University of Florida in 2008. I was doing a program there. And I realized that most of their print media professors had been to New York, editor of New York Times, editor of Washington Post, and so on and so forth. That is the kind of talent, you know, they attract. So similarly here, even across in Kenya, now the people who have retired from Nation Media Group, professors at Aga Khan University and so on, and these other universities, especially the new universities which are coming up, which need to build that capacity through that experience. So we have in the years gone by, even in Uganda, you didn't need to go very far in order to innovate and so on. You'd run your newspaper or radio station when the broadcasting was liberalized for 5 years, and then you say, okay, now let us change a few things and so on. Today, if you spend a year without some serious innovation, the market is going to leave you completely behind because of the speed at which things happen in the industry and even in the rest of society. Because of technological developments that come to us all the time, you are going to have to innovate. So how do we need to do things differently? One is that we must keep innovations at the back of our mind every day. I went to supervise our internship students at NBS TV a few months ago, sometime around July. And among the departments I went to is the Department of Innovations and New Products at NBS TV. They employ full-time people to look at what to do, what new thing to bring even the following day. It's not that they wait until the end of the year and at their Christmas party now the CEO says, please get us some, how are we doing in the innovations? No, it is an everyday occupation. Even at universities like here, Oliver and your colleagues, you need to be innovating about how you can re-engineer and recast this program to make sure that it meets the needs of the industry that your products are going to serve. You need to do that. You need a curriculum relook almost every year. What new thing has come up? What do you need now to integrate in order to make your products relevant and not redundant? You need to do that every so often. At Makerere University now in my unit, we are also reviewing things every other month. Yes, what new thing has come through? What do we need to integrate? Even if we have not taken our particular curriculum for review officially, but you integrate this in your teaching and research. That's very important. Two, we must take advantage of the digital products that are available to enhance our teaching, our research, and even outreach activities. There are so many things we can do now enabled by digitization, and we must understand how this works. We must also, as people in the universities, keep an eye on the markets where we send our people. Yes. What is this whole thing? Because today we are talking about things like media viability. How do you produce journalism sustainably in the political, economic, and social conditions in which we exist at the moment? Media viability. We need to keep that at the back of our mind so that we are not oblivious, we are not unaware about what goes on in the rest of where we work. We must also ensure that we keep professionalism as a key support to what we teach and what our students and products will do in the future. I have talked about the implications of technology on not only on life, but also on the specific things we do, like in journalism and so on. I have talked about, how information now travels faster than we used to know, how people can now access information with a lot of ease, can not only do not only access, but also share information. In other words, technology has transformed virtually everybody who has a simple gadget like a smartphone into a journalist of some sort. Indeed, there are many people now who have platforms who can share information on a massive scale to the rest of the population, both locally and even outside the country. Yeah, but there is also a problem with this modern technology that is an advantage to us in the training institutions and even in journalism generally. That in this era of easier access to information, fast information in terms of sharing and dissemination and so on, there are also challenges there. That now, with this, we have also seen the rise of disinformation, malinformation, and even infodemics. We are in the era of fake news. Do you still remember Donald Trump with his fake news issues? Yes. And so, when you come to, when you realize that we have these kinds of problems, then the place of professional journalism comes to the fore. Because journalism, information on social media and these other platforms is unregulated. So one day you'll be there and they tell you that the president has died. There is actually a time the President Museveni was said to have died. And he was saying that when he went to Kawempe, people came to the car actually to see whether he was the one or whether it was somebody else. He was also surprised that people were coming to see whether he was actually the one or whether he had died and this was somebody else who looked similar to him. Yes. So information that goes out in many cases is on social media and related platforms is unregulated. But journalism still has those gatekeepers, professional guidelines, and so on. And you can rely more, even if there are challenges, you can rely more on what professional journalism does rather than all the things you find on social media and related platforms. So that is why my suggestion is to the people who are doing the work, the kind of work that I do elsewhere, that we have to reinvent our teaching of journalism. We have to equip people with the tools, with the right concepts, inspire them to do a good job, but also at the same time ensure that they stick to those values, those journalism values that help our people make sense of the world in which they live. And finally, I am going to mention that ICT skills are a must. I was very glad when I came here and I saw people working in the computer labs. I think I saw two groups of students working in the computer labs. I was not able to establish whether they were journalism students or not. But quite clearly, ICT skills are a must. Because in the world of the young people that we are teaching, most of the people I saw here are quite young people. ICT skills are skills for the future, whatever you do. If you didn't pick the right skills elsewhere, make sure that you pick enough while at university. And life will be a lot easier for you because that is the way the world is going. Once again, I really thank you for inviting me. I think I will request Oliver that at an appropriate time, maybe I should be invited to actually do a class for one of your journalism classes, free of charge, as my community service, if I will be allowed. But I thank you very much, and I hope that this university will continue to grow in stature, in size, and in wisdom, since its foundation anyway is on Christian values. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
A round of applause to our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Doctor. I don't need to re-echo what you've said. And for the journalism students, trust me, his keynote address will take 10 marks. If you've not been taking note, trust me, the 10 marks are already gone. But a few things, if you have a pen and a paper to write, he talked about innovation, being able to also be aware of what is happening in the marketplace of media, media viability, whereby we must be in position to reproduce and be able to sustain journalism. And then he also emphasized the issue of professionalism. And lastly, us to embrace ICT skills. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. So next on our agenda, we are going for the 1 minute of fame. Precisely, this is where someone, if I'm to give a something brief about it, within 1 minute we try to see how someone can bring up an idea that can be a program which people can be able to buy or be in position to watch. But before that, I would like to introduce to us Mr. Isaac Tomsange, who is a lecturer at Baale University, St. Lawrence University, Mutesa One Loyola University, and he's a son of the soil here from Mitiana. So a round of applause to Mr. Tomsange, and he works in the Department of Development Studies. You see, there is no way how journalism can develop without development studies, so the two complement each other, and that's the reason as to why. There was a short clip, please, media team, and then as the 1 minute of fame, it's ready. Those who are going to. Thank you.
It was a jungle at Nakasero, and soon after the war. So what actually happened was a snake sneaked into the studios.
That story is true.
Yeah, that's true. I was on air and the snake comes in. So from the corner of my eye, I could see something moving. I didn't seem to notice that it was a snake, but the movement kept on approaching the desk. Then finally I was forced to look there. So I did this and a 5-foot snake. So I forgot I was on air and I said, oh my God. Then I remembered that I was on air and then I said, good night. And I jumped out.
Okay, and he said, as he said, good night.
It's been a long
okay.
day without you,
all right,
friend.
Thank you so much. 1 minute of fame. I are starting with the immediate, the Baale Francis family, the 1 minute of fame. Please hurry up. 1 minute of fame from the Baale Francis family. Yes, hurry up, please. If they are not ready, Kyaze. Kyaze. 1 minute of fame. Hurry up. Please, Baale Francis family, prepare.
Checky. Hello, everyone. Kyaze is my name. And I want to drive you today. Yes, I'm representing Kyaze family, and I'm going to present you live football. Live football. Yes, this match is a match between lecturers against my family, Kyaze family. Wow. Let me begin. Cheki. Basama kompora mpora. Uno vice chancellor ino mupira. Biamukama Vincent. akwe pasi mpamvu nafuna ko amanya awone asame ko mpola awone amanya akwe ko pasi mpamvu nyo afunye ko Madam Olivia una ingira boxe Madam Olivia ngo pila gusude Pila gusude Madam Olivia una gubye ko ye Fiona asame ko mpola Fiona yena tango wano afunye kani biweni matene yena mopila basala ko mpola ana mopila wano babo itali ye Fiona agusine ko mpola Fiona alma mopila Fiona ingira boxe afunye kani bamo itamusambiono bamo itani ye Ezra yena tango Ezra agwede matene yena mopila Kiraba Vincent ingira boxe Kiraba Vincent asame Julius ingira boxe Julius yena mopila Julius esama ina katimba esama ina nengo pe agujeko omupira agujeko vice chancellor omupira asabe bulungi nnyo goalkeeper asabe bulungi nnyo musambiono omusami asabe bulungi nnyo vice chancellor omupira pale guvaawo gukyali noti gukyali 0-0 mwagala golo gukyali noti omupira guzikide guwone 0-0
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kyaze family, 1 minute of fame. You can see he's practicing to be a sports journalist. Okay. I love the freestyle. I will not be biased. I don't want to be biased. Yeah. Rosemary Nankabirwa family. Rosemary Nankabirwa family. Okay. All right. Remember, it's 1 minute of fame. It's 1 minute, please. Make sure that you keep time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nasai Maria Bridget from Rosemary Nankabirwa. 1 minute of fame. I'm going to be acting a sad note. This country. I don't know. Yes, I'm fine. Yes.
Are you really fine? Are you really fine?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Bridget, are you really fine?
Oh, no, I'm not fine.
What is the problem? Bridget, are you really fine?
I'm not fine. I got 0.
In which test?
I got 0 in my dream test.
What was the question, please?
The question says, what do you want to be in future?
And what was your response?
I told the teacher I want to be a mosquito hunter.
Seriously?
Yes. I want to be a mosquito hunter. My brother told me he watches Mutombero. Professor Mutombero, he used to grasp mosquitoes like this. I told him I want to be a mosquito hunter. I even went with Doom. I went with Doom. Others took their microscopes, but he gave me 0. I hate that teacher, and if I find him, he'll face me. Thank you.
It's great to be. Thank you very much. She's going to be a mosquito hunter, and I'm also going to be an elephant hunter. Yes. Next family, please. Next family. Next family. Next family. Next family. Yes. Baale Francis family. Okay.
Hello, my name is Simon. I'm gonna speak through something. Have we ever seen tongue twister? Yes. Listen to me. Down waking you near Liat Chalamata Magati Manigita, they just said that I'm a little bit this, I'm a little bit that, and I do it from Blum, and I do it from a friend, and I do it from a can, and I do it from a family, and I do it for home, and I do it for her. Everybody knows we are carried to go with the take antelope, and everybody likes to, they can call. Not that Uganda is the best for every time I run there, we get to stop. Every time I look at them and see the love, the right, I see the vice here, and I see the people on the seat of judges, I see everybody looking at me, and I did it for everyone. Thank you, DJ. God bless you.
Thank you so much. That's Baale Francis. Okay. All right. The last group. Last group. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Okay.
Hello, members. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Musime Boniface. As usual, I have never changed my name. So, briefly, I'm just here. I want to give a brief picture about our Uganda since independence. This is since 1962. As usual, as we know, 60 years of independence. We have been with a number of governments, but NRM has led us 40 years out of 61. When you subtract, you remain with 21 years, which means that the other governments have led us in 21 years. What are these governments? The government of Dr. Milton Obote, the government of Field Marshal Idi Amin Dada, the government of so and so on and so on and so on. But when we compare the development structure, when you draw the curve, you see the one of 21 years can overwhelm the one of 40. Am I deceiving? Finally, I want to leave you with a question. When you follow that curve, is Uganda growing or declining? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Indeed, is the curve doing this way or the other way? Always. I didn't know. Our Vice Chancellor, sir. To be honest, mosquito hunters are here. But they are not mosquito hunters, they are academic hunters, at least, because these are students I know. So I will not say much. I will leave the rest to the judges. And now we should be ready for the English news reporting. And I believe the technical team is also ready, because at the end of the day, we shall get to know how best we can be in position. Where there are loopholes, where there are successes, we shall be in position to judge. Thank you very much. So, but the only thing that happens is that MCs are usually forgotten. Vice Chancellor, sir, when you come here, at least mention our names, me and her, so that we may not be forgotten. And then the second thing, before you leave the podium, we also at least invite us to have a photo moment with you, because these are memories that will stay forever. Please, and my dear students, please, don't forget that we also have coursework to do after this. So start taking notes. Thank you very much. We start with the Nuliat family. Oh, Nuliat family for the English news live reporting. Thank you.
as we navigate the post-COVID-19 era, the world of businesses declined in performance and some failed completely. Sorry, from the start, producer, I want to take it from the top, please. As we navigate the post-COVID-19 era, in the world of businesses have declined in performance and some have completely failed, leading to associated effects like unemployment, among others. However, as we keep thinking about this, have you ever thought of what happens in the medical world? Today, in one of our stories, we bring you Cornerstone Medical Center and how it has managed to fully implement the 2030 agenda. That and more is one of the stories we'll be sharing with you today. But first, the headlines. Cornerstone Medical Center adapts and strives through and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Bring you Eleni Martin, a student of Africa Renewal University, that is going to be narrating to us his story today.
The jungle at Nakasero and...
Welcome back from the headlines. A very good afternoon from wherever you're watching from. My name is Nambaziira Mirembe here at Nuliat TV. Now the news in details. Cornerstone, a medical health center, adapts and strives during and after the COVID-19 pandemic and aligns with the 2030 agenda as it is in the community it serves. This is done through a series of services offered by the medical center and has taken big steps to continue with their progress after the pandemic. Let's get the details on the story. Cornerstone. In a story of resilience and adaptability, Cornerstone Medical Center, a prominent healthcare institution found in Botansimbi Bulova village inside Africa Renewal University, emerged as a beacon of hope during the COVID-19 pandemic. The medical center has been responding to the immediate healthcare crisis, both the university and the community at large, since the outbreak of the pandemic. Cornerstone Clinical Officer Dr. Dana Nalubega says over 280 people from the community are treated, over 450 altogether, inclusive of the students and staff at Africa Renewal University.
Over 280 patients from the community, approximately 450, that is the total, having the community, the students, the staff.
Dr. Diana says the health center received large numbers of patients during the pandemic, since hospitals and health centers were the places to run to, and there was a decline in their services after the pandemic, but have managed to cope with the situation.
During the pandemic, Cornerstone Medical Center actually received large numbers, although there was a decline after the COVID pandemic. There was a decline in clientele and a decline in people seeking medical attention.
Eric Bitham, a student from Africa Renewal University and beneficiary of the health center services, says the center offers immediate help, especially in the night when the situation is tense, since it's in the university vicinity.
Yes, as a student, I can access it at any time, during daytime, during nighttime. Yes, because of that 24-hour service that they do offer around here at the university.
The hospital went ahead to bring up phase 3 of the structure due to public demand and were able to reach out to some of the engineers on the site. This is what they had to say.
We are building it in phases. Right? Okay. So this is phase 2. The impact of these phases is essentially it makes the hospital big, serve more people. Yes, because currently there are some things that they are missing that the community needs. So if you give them more space, theoretically they should be able to accommodate more beds, more rooms, more physicians. The estimated timeline is 6 to 8 months.
Challenges, mostly as you can see at this juncture, rain, so we could do some CIS footage.
certain material can come but not come in time.
As we navigate the post-COVID-19 era, the story of Cornerstone Medical Center serves as an inspiring example of how health center institutions can simultaneously confront crisis and work towards a better and more sustainable future. Shina Mirembe Nambaziira, Nuliat TV. That has been it for Cornerstone Medical Center, located in Buloba. In other news, we bring you the story of Martin Bileni, a student of Africa Renewal University contesting for guild presidency. Martin further explains the challenges in his life and how they have pushed him to be a better person in life, and perhaps why he should be voted into power.
A democratic journey. While choosing a leader, we bring you one of the not only enthusiastic but also intelligent and competitive candidate who has worked hard to change students' perspective of the cause he is representing, as they say it.
I come from Arua district in West Nile. I am born of a family of 7 children. I am the second born. In Logbara, the name Bileni was given me because my elder died when I think he was 9 months old. And people complained that my mother is a kind of woman who produces children who die. So that's why he decided to name me Bileni.
Martin thought he would die as his older brother did.
In my early years, I didn't believe I would be what I am now. But as I interacted, people kept seeing a certain level of greatness in me that I wasn't seeing. People would see me as a counselor, as a problem solver, and that began to encourage me to work harder, to believe in myself.
His leadership skills kept him in school despite the alarming financial situation at home.
In school, I had problems with school fees, but God had a special favor on me.
He describes his inspiration as a call from God and a confirmation from a group of friends.
I felt a call within myself that God was asking me to step up. Of course, a number of students approached me, told me I have the qualities to be the guild president.
He emphasizes humility and love, which are part of his lifestyle, and he is strongly against arrogancy and pride.
I cherish humility because through humility I have seen a lot of greatness. God has raised me to greater positions and opportunities. One thing that disorganizes me a lot is arrogance and pride.
Besides school activities, Martin explained his duties outside the school premises.
Back home, I lead a group of men in a men's fellowship. We raise funds to support the needy. I volunteer in writing news stories for 4 radio stations.
His intentions are aimed at addressing the issues affecting the students and confronting the victims without making noise.
I am a proven and a tested leader who knows how to articulate issues that affect my electorates. But I am not the type that wants to just babble with noise. I am a critical thinker and analyst who looks at whether these issues that students are raising are real issues.
He concludes by advising people to always open up, socialize, and also be free with the different people they stay within the society. Abdul Nasser Shukran, Nuliat TV.
Thank you so much. That has been Martin Bileni. We wish you nothing but the best in the coming elections. Now, we have a reporter in the field who will be telling us what will be happening wherever she is. Producer Meded, kindly take me to Tulinde Patience to tell us what is happening where she is.
Well, thank you so much, Mirembe Shina. I am standing right in the chapel room of Africa Renewal University to let you know Africa Renewal University is located in Buloba along Mitiana Road, 20 kilometers off Kampala Road. Mirembe, here students, some are very happy, some are not. It is a competition. They are competing in their 2nd edition of the Media Fest. And to inform you more, the 1st edition was in 2020 in the month of October. Yes, we have families that are competing, and in these families we have the Nuliat family, we have the Baale Francis family, we have the Kyaze family, and we also have the Rosemary Nankabirwa family. Yes, and in the house we had the Honorable of Mitiana, Woman MP, Joyce Bagala, who spoke to the students, a former journalist but still in the field, Yes, and we also have our beloved judges in the house. We have Mr. Wabuche as a judge, a lecturer at Africa Renewal University. We also have we also have the mother Nankabirwa in the house. We also have the brother to Baale Francis in the house. We have the chancellor of the unit Mukama in the house. I also saw the HOD around, but for now I think she's outside. But to let you know about this, the students are on tenterhooks, and we are also going to talk to one of the judges, the current NBS telecaster and news anchor.
Patience. Kindly fill me in with the situation. How are the students feeling? How is the pressure? Is there tension? I want to know what's going on where you are, please.
Yes, like I told you before, the students are on tenterhooks. We don't know who is going to win. Some are saying we are going to win. Others are like, no, we are taking it. Others are about to cry, but we don't know yet. But we are to know. We are going to know about that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, Mirembe.
You said you're going to be having interviews, and are you in position to talk, Patience? Can I locate you?
Yes, please, I'm getting you now.
Yes, okay. Give us the feed, please.
Yes, let us talk to one of the judges, Mabel Zake. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I am all right. Madam, for I have been informed that you're currently a journalist and also a lecturer. Madam, I would like to ask you how you feel about these upcoming practicing journalists who are coming to the office you're going to leave soon for a more betterment in the field.
Once a journalist, always a journalist. So as journalists, we never really retire. But at the same time, we're looking forward to encouraging the new talent and, of course, continue inspiring them and teaching them a few bits and pieces of what a professional needs in today's generation that has actually been influenced mostly today by the digital or transformation. So it's amazing to be able to see young talent holding festivals like today's Media Fest, for it to be not only a practicing ground, but also giving them hope so that they can be able to actually get opportunities to work in the existing media houses or even make use of the existing digital platforms.
Thank you so much. Mirembe, I also want to take you to a guest, and I have been informed he's a lecturer at Makerere University and St. Lawrence University, but I've also been informed he's not a journalist, but we want to know the interests he has, why he's so much interested in the journalism students and in the journalism department.
All right.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Tom Sange. Yes, I have been informed you're not a lecturer of journalism, you're a lecturer of business. I would want to know your interests, why you're so much interested in this field. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I need to first correct it. I'm a lecturer of computer science, teaching at Makerere University in the department of in the Development Studies Department, School of Humanity. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to see the journalism student doing well here. I've been invited to see what you are doing. I'm happy to be with you here because, you know, ICT moved with journalism or with mass communication. So we give you the platform where you can pass your information. So I'm happy to be here to see the people I'm going to provide the platform for their communication.
Thank you so much, Mirembe. Those are the smiles I was telling you about. People smiling in the room, others are on tenterhooks.
I see.
Well, yes. We have also seen the MCs smiling. We don't know if they are also journalists or they are just working. But let me take you to the Vice Chancellor of Africa Renewal University to tell you more how he feels about seeing his students competing. Thank you so much. Sir, good afternoon, Tebo. I would like you to inform our dear viewers about how you are feeling seeing your students prospering each and every day. The people you're going to take out in the field, and then you get the feedback that, wow, Africa Renewal University students are doing a very amazing job.
Thank you so much, Patience. As you know, journalism is a very important field. Just theoretical, it's practical. You must be in position to go and get stories. You must be able to share the stories. You must be able to deliver them to the community. So seeing come up with some practical ideas, how to get those skills and how to actually be better journalists makes me proud as the head of the institution. And I'm hoping to see what you guys are doing, those holding cameras, those doing live performances. It's encouraging for me to see what the department is doing in your life. Hope that you guys will go out there and represent the university in a way that we'll be proud of.
Thank you so much, sir. Back to you, Mirembe, in the studios. Yes, we shall come back with the winners, and we see how the students are feeling. Right now, they're on tenterhooks. No one can tell me what, but we shall come back to you. Thank you. Back to you, Mirembe, in the studios.
Thank you so much, Etulinde. Patience. Sometimes it is through tension, pressure that makes us become better people and work on ourselves, and that is why we have very good journalists in the field. They went through what the students of Africa Renewal University are going through right now. We wish you nothing but the best. That has been the news. My name is Shina Mirembe Nambaziira. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. A round of applause to the Nuliat family. Ladies and gentlemen, to the groups that are coming, strictly 10 minutes. The moment you go beyond that, just get to know that you'll be losing marks. Yeah. So let's be strict with time. And I'm going to be timing. So the moment I say time up, please. However interesting your item should be, because time management is also part of the profession of journalism. So next family, Baale Francis family, take up the podium. Strictly 10 minutes. Beyond that, I'll be cutting you off. All right. Thank you.
TV News at 1.
A very warm welcome and thank you very much for joining us on Baale TV News at 1. My name is Janet Emmanuel. Let's start off with the news headlines.
Artificial intelligence in the education sector. Is it doing more harms than good? AfRU students speak out.
They have eased work. You may find that work that should have been done by human beings, a number of them can be done by machine.
It's never too late to chase your dreams. Maurice, a supporting staff of AfRU and now a student of automotive mechanical engineering, proves it all.
AfRU here, I'm a maintenance, the same as I'm a student.
The second edition of AfRU Media Fest is happening now at Africa Renewal University.
come from the headlines. These are the news in details. As artificial intelligence continues to shape the landscape of education worldwide, a growing concern emerges. Is this technology doing more harm than good? Let's hear from AfRU students.
COVID-19 pandemic and re-embarking on its 2030 agenda in the aspect of incorporating ICT in all its sectors of the economy. There is an emerging technology, the rise of artificial intelligence, especially in the sector of education.
Artificial intelligence is a machine designed to think and act on behalf of human beings.
This is one of the most emerging technologies that we are having currently, not only within Uganda, but around the whole world.
Different students of Africa Renewal University have expressed their experience with the different AIs.
For now, I know ChatGPT, and it's the one that I use.
Nowadays, people use it in schools, even at work if you need to write something, letters, doing coursework, especially at school.
Despite the benefits of using AIs in education, there are still a few shortcomings.
ChatGPT is good, but it also has its challenges. First of all, it limits your thinking.
It has taken away the narrative of creativity. The disadvantage with ChatGPT, anything that goes beyond 2022, 2023, you may not get it.
The students gave a few recommendations and cautions to those who often interact with the AIs.
You're so much used of using the AI than using your head. At one point, it's not good to use AIs.
I would say I wouldn't recommend ChatGPT because if we do that, you find that we are going to school for nothing. We are paying school fees for nothing. The narrative of creativity is not there.
Uganda's Strategic Goals Agenda 2030 generally aims at incorporating ICT in all sectors of the economy. Uganda strives at growing in technology with a Technology Achievement Index of 0.5 by 2040. Is Uganda on the right track of achieving that by the deadline? Time will tell. Chabe Janet Emmanuel, Baale TV, News at 1.
Well, that has been the report right from Africa Renewal University students speaking up their minds on artificial intelligence in the landscape of education. Next, in a world where dreams often seem distant, there are those who prove that it's never too late to chase their dreams. Meet Maurice, a living proof to this.
As of being support staff of Africa Renewal University in the maintenance department, Maurice Aluanzi takes on a new path that is to embark on the pursuit of education in the same institution.
My name is Aluanzi Maurice. At AfRU here, I'm doing my maintenance and the same as on students. Yeah, here in AfRU, I'm doing automotive mechanic engineering.
He further expresses some of the challenges that he encounters in his pursuit of doubling as a staff and a student in the same institution.
I'm waking up at 5 a.m. before the class hour, because the class begins at 7:30. By that time, I wanted to finish what? I make sure I finish the work which I'm doing so that I will be ready for the class.
Maurice went ahead to encourage others out there who are like him not to lose hope but to keep on amidst the hardships of adult education.
You know, in this world, if you don't have something like a paper which can make you to move somewhere, you cannot achieve your life. And I'm a married person. Yeah, I have 2 children. My firstborns are twins, then the secondborns. What inspired me is because I wanted my future to be what? I'm working for my children's future.
Goal 4 of Uganda's Agenda 2030, that is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, Africa Renewal University strives at being a beacon of this matter by providing both vocational and university services to students of all ages and walks of life. Chabe Janet Emmanuel, Baale TV, News at 1.
Well, that has been the report on that story. The second edition of AfRU Media Fest is happening right now at Africa Renewal University. Our reporter is live at the event with the details.
Yes, thank you so much, Janet Jabel. My name is Chemba Retisha, reporting live here at Africa Renewal University in Buloba along Mitana Road. As a journalism students, they're having the Media Fest 2023. We all know that a couple of things were given to them, and definitely they were divided into different families in the remembrance of the late fallen popular journalist, and that is the Baale, Nankabirwa, Nuliat, and of course Kyaze. We want to know how they feel about the day-to-day. Of course, hills are on for those who are ladies, and definitely the gents are putting on very, very so sweet. We want to know how they feel about the day-to-day. Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your name?
Jumesiga Joshua Watson.
From which family?
Baale family.
Baale family.
Yes.
Do you feel that you've invested in a lot before other families?
Yes, of course, we have done a lot of good work, and I feel that we are going to win this prize.
Oh my God, they all gonna take the weight. But before that, you just have to know that they are following a theme of the accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. Let me take you back to the studio. My name is Chemba Retisha, Baale TV at 1. Don't touch a dime.
Well, that has been our reporter who is right at the event. And just so you leave, Tricia, I would love to ask you a question.
Yes, please.
Well, knowing that it's the second AfRU Media, it's the second edition of AfRU Media Fest, what different thing have you observed that is way different from the previous edition?
Well, I've observed a couple of things, yes. Definitely, we have a lot of things that are really running in and out. The categories are really going on, and definitely today, the winner family is going to take the. And first of all, well, today has been a lot of things that are really merging in and out, and definitely we had to know that the producer and the are putting in a lot of things to order for things to really go in a very special way. And today, we want to know about the birthday of the HOD and the guest of honor, and it really correlated, and everything really suited to be the best here. Thank you so much.
Well, once again, thank you very much on that report, Tricia. That's all we had for you in the news at 1. Allow me wish a very happy birthday to two of our beloved viewers, Honorable Joyce Bagala and Mrs. Talema Oliver from Baale TV. We love you. Once again, this is Janet Emmanuel. Thank you very much for watching us. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Baale TV, Baale Francis. I think they have done well on time management. Next family, please. Next family. Nankabirwa family, please. Please follow the example that the Baale Francis family has followed. And thank you so much. I know wherever he is, he's smiling because he respected time. Yes. Nankabirwa family. All right. Okay.
It's a very good afternoon to you all watching RN TV Live. My name is Logos Ebabra Dorin, and first are the headlines.
Chapel as a transformational ground at Africa Renewal University. COVID-19 has a profound effect on the youth.
The news in detail. Chapel at African Renewal University has played a profound role in transforming students' life, and very many people have given their lives to Jesus Christ. Our reporters got the details.
Plains Ministry and is a former student at Africa Renewal University.
Hello, my name is David Kusubira and I serve with the chaplaincy ministry at Africa Renewal University.
He explains how Chapel has changed his life since 2016 up to date through the different preachers that mentor during Chapel every Wednesday.
First of all, I would say that the word that I've been impacted with from the preachers who come in Chapel to share with us it has really impacted my life. I'm a young man who never knew God at all.
Being raised in a poor family helped him to shape his future because it's through this that he got to join Africa Renewal Ministries for financial support and had Africa Renewal University as his first choice.
Thinking about joining the university, growing up and being helped by Africa Renewal Ministries, my first choice was Africa Renewal University because, again, Africa Renewal University is connected to Africa Renewal Ministries. So
He elaborates how God has not only put him in a better position, but also touched his friends spiritually too.
And giving my story of how Chapel has impacted me, I remember when I came in 2016, I used to live a different life. I was not even in ministry, but today, where God has put me, it is a place of influence. And also, I've also seen that the lives of my friends have not remained the same.
Juan Joel David. I'm a student here at Africa Renewal University, and how Chapel has impacted my life personally. It has helped me to make profound decisions, whereby you come and say, this is the life I want to live. Sometimes you live and say, but all these guys in my DM, why don't I just find one and I nail her down next semester? But coming around believers, it has helped me to know that if you're deciding to follow God, you really have to make the right decision. So the chapel has really helped me, surrounding around them, to make the right decision that, you know what, if you're sacrificing the world, sacrifice the world and follow Jesus Christ.
He's also grateful that he meets the love of his life in Chapel.
By the way, I would say that also I got my wife from Chapel. I'm a married man today, and because of Chapel, I would say the first time I saw her worshiping in Chapel, and that is, I don't know, but there's that connection that I got, and the rest is history.
The Chapel experience carries on. Every other student gives testimony of it.
Being compulsory at Africa Renewal University, Chapel has transformed many students, and it's one of the things students are proud of at the university. Therefore, the Chapel ministry calls upon all students to be part of Chapel every Wednesday. Maria Bridget Nassali, Okello Ronnie, RNTV.
Very many youths are affected or were affected by COVID-19 pandemic in all aspects of life, such as education, unemployment, and mental health. And today we bring you a lady who has been struggling, or who struggles and wins till the end. Have a look.
As a result of COVID-19 pandemic, lockdown was lifted, and this forced Barbara, like all other students, out of school.
My name is Logos Barbara Doreen. I would say I'm a victim or a result of COVID, though I did not have COVID, you get. For my story, I was at UCU doing business administration, and I had a challenge of tuition and all that. So I had got off a bit school and was working, you get, trying to see how I would raise money. I was doing different businesses. And so that is where COVID gets me.
She therefore decides to work hard so as to earn bread for a living.
I got pregnant during that time. So the first lockdown, I was working at Satellite Beach in Mukono with an organization called the Worship Scheme. So when the pandemic struck, we're given a lockdown. The government put up a lockdown, so I was pregnant by then. So we had to open up something like for food so that we could get some income. Yes.
However much others reject the pandemic, she embraces it and calls it a blessing.
For me, the pandemic was like a blessing in disguise.
It was at the same period of time that she gets pregnant, and this forces her to think of getting rid of the baby as an option due to depression and shame.
Of course, I cannot say I wanted the pregnancy. I also tried to get rid of it. Yes. I remember I took 2 sachets of Omo. I don't even care if God said keep it now. I don't care even if God told me I'm going to give you all the money. Yeah. I don't want to hear anything. All I want is to get rid.
Barbara suffers with getting food for a day, and she's only left with eating ash and water for food.
So I went through that. I used to eat ash, this ash of charcoal. Nga kiganye, tewali mmere.
After the pandemic, Barbara gets an opportunity of going back to school even after giving birth. Here comes Africa Renewal University with a scheme of giving bursaries, and this does not leave her the same. She remains grateful to God for her life and her baby's life too.
So blessed be the name of the Lord for my sister, my elder sister, Madame Carol, who looked at me and said, this is potential. And there was an opportunity at Africa Renewal University for COVID-19 victims, and I was given that opportunity. You see how God works it through, and I'm back at school.
Barbara finally advises people out there to trust the process and never to give up. She emphasizes that if one still has the opportunity to walk right, they shouldn't lose track.
My last words to anyone watching, especially a young lady out there struggling, a young girl who does not even know what to do. Anybody, could be even an older person. My words for you is, sometimes you need to enjoy the process. The process is painful, I said, but it's beautiful at the end. Look at me. I am humbled when people look at myself and say, wow. And it's a place of growth. And I also want to remind you that if you haven't done anything that is causing you to be in a hard situation, keep walking right. And if you already made one, like I did, I want to remind you it's not the end of the world. And God is actually looking up to you to be an example out there, to be someone He's going to use. As you know, I like this word that says that the rejected stone becomes the cornerstone. Do you want to be the cornerstone? Do you want to be that person that the world is going to look up to? Is going to use your story to change very many things about life.
It was really a nice time having Doreen around. I think every other girl should learn a lesson from her story. COVID-19 wasn't that easy, but we managed to come back and things are normal. I remain Pamela Mirembe, RNTV.
Yeah, Africa Renewal University is having the second edition of their Media Fest. The journalist students of Africa Renewal University are having their second edition, and in this, journalists present their skills by profession in different activities such as reporting, anchoring, and many others. The Media Fest memory is of the 4 fallen veteran journalists, and that is Nuliat, Nambaziira. Then we have Kyaze Daniel, Baale Francis, and lastly, Rosemary, Nankabirwa. We have our reporter live in that place, and she will be talking to us what's happening in that area. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, Barbara. Thank you so much. Our dear viewers, thank you for watching our NTV. I'm Pamela Christine Nachiana reporting you live in AfRU Chapel at Africa Renewal University. Around me, there are a number of students who have come to participate in the second edition of the Media Fest. This is always prepared and organized by their lecturers and the members of the staff at the university. This is intended to equip these students with a practical work before they go out to the field to practice these activities. And also it is primarily organized by the lecturers to remember the lives of the fallen veterans of journalists, who include Nankabirwa Rosemary, Daniel Kyaze, Baale Francis, and Nuliat Nambaziira. Around me, Doreen, there are a number of students, but not only students, but also other people who includes the relatives of these fallen veteran journalists, and also the lecturers, and also other invited guests. As I'm looking around, I can see one of our members. She is a mother in this profession, the mother to the late Rosemary Nankabirwa. Hey, mommy, you're much welcome to this event. I would like just to ask you a simple question. As a mother in this profession, what can you tell the world about this profession?
Oh, yeah. What can I say? I think it's a great profession, and it takes talent. You have to work hard for it, and you have to keep up with the trend.
Wow. And also I would like to ask Mommy another question. As a mother, what advice do you have to your people, to your children? Because these are already children to you at this event, right? Yeah, what advice can you tell them?
I would say I would tell them to keep up, to follow their dream, to believe in themselves, because confidence is the key to succeeding in journalism. You have to be very confident. You have to do your research so that what you are talking about, you are not beating about the bush.
This is from our mother, the mother of the late Rosemary Nankabirwa. These aren't my own words, Doreen, but also I would like us to get a word from one of the students in this event, so that I've seen many of them, the competition is real stiff. Okay, Doreen, I'll be back to you. Let me first finish off with this. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much, Pamela, for being there. I would say thank you so much. We've come to the end of a news bulletin this afternoon, and you can meet us at different social platforms, and you can talk to us in our YouTube. That's RNTV. My name is Logos Barbara Doreen. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. A round of applause. Yes, the last group, please. I don't even need to. And be mindful of time. Then the Luganda news anchors and reporters, please get ready after this. Thank you very much.
For your transformation.
Kyaze TV.
For your transformation.
It's a Tuesday afternoon, and as we all know, Israel and Palestine are still in war, and many citizens are losing their lives and property. As a country, we pray for God to intervene in such a situation right now. May they have peace with time as the war goes by. My name is Masi Ageneret Ongom, and welcome to the daily news, the daily roundup news here on Kyaze TV. But first, the headlines.
Pandemic, prayers and mentorship for students.
I think it was the only country that actually shut schools the longest in the whole world, 2 years. So we had to quit.
Young girls defy all odds to pursue engineering courses believed to be only for men at AfRU.
12 years. I have my uncle. He also does electricity. So for some time we used to go around.
The news in details. In years of unprecedented challenges, the COVID-19 pandemic that hit the whole world since 2019 has reshaped the global education system, leaving a lasting impact on students, teachers, and institutions. The story is not different for Africa Renewal University, located in Buloba, Wakiso district. Our reporter Fiona Kaneza delves into how the university is managing to recover from the negative impact of the pandemic, which have been far-reaching.
In a bid to accelerate recovery from the impact of COVID-19, Africa Renewal University embarked on online and virtual classes to keep the school running during and after the pandemic era. The university has also established vocational studies in order to reduce on the redundancy in students after COVID-19. Acting Vice Chancellor, Africa Renewal University, Dr. Vincent Byamukama had this to say on recovery from COVID-19 pandemic.
So when COVID came, we had to up our game and ensure that the infrastructure for online learning become more robust and get more organized. So we had to buy more equipment. Fortunately, all our students were already enrolled on Moodle. They all had Moodle accounts. They knew how to use it. So what we did is some small discount on the tuition, and we got a large enrollment. As a university, we had to think outside the box because we realized that there are some students who are not able to continue with school. So what did we do? We started a vocational skilling program.
Pastor Ranson Kaluma Mwasi, the Director Community Life at AfRU, says the university designed specific programs and strategies to ensure speedy recovery from the adverse effects of the pandemic.
And quite a number of staff and the management team, they were ever praying and praying. I remember we went to the prayer mountain with the management team and we prayed for the university. We intentionally reintroduced some of the programs like mentoring. And mentoring became one thing that was pulling back people back to their senses. People came back with a lot of corrupt mind. And then we made vibrant our chapel. You know, you see, if you make it more vibrant and people love it, people tend to get healed of the wounds they incurred because of COVID.
Some of the students of Africa Renewal University I spoke to say the pandemic affected their studies greatly, but they are employing different approaches to recover from the challenges associated with COVID-19 pandemic.
For me, COVID-19 found me when I was in senior 6. So it affected me on my performance. At the time the president told us to go back to school, my brain was thinking a lot of things from home that I left home.
We hold academics as a hope for the future. We just do study, hoping that we shall get the best out of it. We hope we shall find jobs since we are getting the skill from school. So that's what inspired me, because I need a good future.
Access to quality education is goal number 4 on 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Obtaining a quality education is the foundation to improve people's lives and sustainable development. But the progress to that goal was already slower than required before COVID-19 pandemic. However, the pandemic had devastating impacts on education, causing learning losses. Fiona Kaneza, Kyaze family.
And live at Africa Renewal University today, our reporter Asa Barbara has the full details, and she's going to tell us how the students there are conducting their second phase of Media Fest. Barbara, please give us the information.
Thank you very much, Mercy Agenrot, and our dear viewers. I'm here at Africa Renewal University, located in Buloba, 20 kilometers away from Kampala, and the Department of Journalism has organized the second edition of Media Fest 2023 in the memory of the fallen veteran journalists. This include Kyaze Daniel, Baale Francis, Nuliat Nambaziira, and Rosemary Nankabirwa, with the theme Accelerating Recovery from COVID-19 and full implementation of 2030 agenda. The journalism students have been divided in two different families that are named after these fallen veteran journalists, and they are competing in different items such as anchoring, reporting, both in Luganda and English. With me here, I have students that I can talk to in order to get more details. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Collins Joel Kionga.
Which year are you in?
I'm in year 3.
Okay. You know this effect of COVID-19. As a youth and a journalism student, how are youths been able to recover from COVID-19?
The youth have opted rapid income generating courses, for example, the vocational skilling, which was introduced by the school, like tailoring, hairdressing. For example, we have some other students like Maurice, those of Barbara, who are doing those courses. They are very simple that they can get enough money very fast out of the school. So they are trying to put that so that they can engage the speed in education. And also in journalism, we have those ones who are doing photography, videography, short things that earns them something to make sure the course goes simple.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me also get to a lady here. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Maureen.
Which year are you in?
I'm in year 1.
Okay, that makes it obvious that you were here in the last edition, okay?
True.
So what makes it different from the first edition?
Actually, this one is more exciting than the other one. Yeah, I'm so excited actually.
Okay, thank you very much. You have heard from them. Back to you, Mercy, in the studio. I remain Asa Barbara, Kyaze TV.
Thank you so much, Asa Barbara, for such a great report. And the students of Africa Renewal University are showcasing their skills today. On the other news, for long, many societies across Africa, especially in Uganda, have lived with belief that women and girls are not able to do certain engineering courses and hard tasks meant for men, such as electrical and mechanical engineering jobs. However, Africa Renewal University is offering an equal opportunity for both females and males to pursue skilling programs, such as engineering courses in the University School of Vocational Studies within the main campus in Buloba. A number of girls pursuing various engineering courses are proving the society wrong. Let's get more in this report compiled by Gloria Ninsima.
It is a rare thing to see girls have desire to pursue engineering courses. For Nabule Enid Kimberly, a female student pursuing national certificate in electrical engineering at Africa Renewal University, she developed a strong passion for the career path at the age of 12.
As for me, when I was still young, like 12 years, I have my uncle. He also does electricity. So for some times we used to go around. I used to escort him at work. So I was like, this thing, it can also be done like him. I can also do the same thing. So I decided to come and do electricity. I feel normal.
So we are connecting this circuit. It's called a PVC, PVC solar system. It is called a standalone PV system, whereby we are using, this is called a charger controller. And this PV system circuit is controlling one gang. It has one gang controlling two lights connected in parallel.
The career journey has come with some challenges, but she shares on how she deals with them.
Some people think that girls, we are lazy. You cannot do what a man can. So people despise you, but we have several courses here. But there's a reason as to why you came in electrical engineering. So you don't have to feel the words. Feel yourself, first of all. You have to love what you're doing. Love yourself. Love the people that are surrounding you. Feel free to do whatever course that you're doing, even if it is known to be done by men.
Makubuya Tom, a male student pursuing national certificate in automotive mechanics, shares his experience and opinion on sharing class with females pursuing the same vocational studies.
Little of the girls can join these courses because like most of the girls think that these courses are for men. For sure, I feel good, and always I emphasize her to be serious because those ladies are highly favored in the field. Whenever we go, I cannot compete her on the job market, so I always emphasize them to join.
Ronald Tokondani, an instructor at Africa Renewal University Vocational School, appeals to society to support and believe in females pursuing engineering courses.
First time when I saw her, I was so happy. She has demonstrated the capability of girls in trying to catch up with this course, of which they normally say it's for boys. Actually, this course, normally the girls, the ladies stand a better chance. They keep time and they are really perfect in trying to fulfill their bosses' duties.
As the government pushes for skilling of youth for socio-economic development, there is need to change the society negative benefits about females joining the engineering field. Gloria Ninsima, reporting for Kyaze TV.
Thank you so much, Gloria. I still believe that if your aim is to change the world, journalism is a more immediate short-term weapon. I still remain your anchor, Mercy Agenerot Ongom. Please stay blessed as you keep watching other programs on Kyaze TV. Thank you.
Indeed, I believe journalism is the immediate solution. Thank you very much. We are done with that. We are left with 2 items. I request that you bear with us. And we finish, we get this to a closure because every item is important and contributes towards the profession of journalism. So right now we are going to another item. That's features, 3 minutes each group. And I request that we maintain. So features, radio features for 3 minutes from each group. Then after that, we shall go in for the Uganda News live reporting. And then we shall be almost getting to the end. But otherwise, I appreciate your patience. Maybe features, those who are ready, maybe one thing, one correction I can say. The news can never be in details. It remains the news in detail. Yeah, that's the only correction I can make for now as you prepare. It can never, news will always remain news, but it can never be in details. It will be in detail. That's a point of correction. Features, they are ready? Okay, all right then. Radio. So which group is the first? Kyaze family. All right. Kyaze family for the feature radio. 3 minutes.
It is now 3 years since COVID-19 pandemic hit Uganda and the whole world at large, affecting livelihood of many people. In this radio feature, I would like to take you through how the youth in Buloba, Wakiso district in Uganda are recovering from the adverse impact of the pandemic. I am Natalimo Martin. COVID-19 pandemic taught many youths in Buloba to rethink their business ideas and practices. Some have resorted to different jobs to make a living, while others have strategized to revamp their business and projects.
We are African Boys Chapati Restaurant Buloba. We are here every day. We work on Monday to Sunday. Those days things are very hard. Now you can thank God that we are here still working up to now.
Alex Sewata is a youth who owns a carpentry workshop in Buloba town along Sanju Road.
And by the time COVID came in, and so I had some saving aside, and so I used that stuff to go through that. And so after COVID, those people from the bank, they used to trust us. And so we applied for loan, and so those people, they provide us with a loan. That's why we are back in the business.
Negative impact of COVID-19 pandemic did not spare border industry. Moses Kawija, a border rider in Buloba town, has this to say.
Message enyiza okuwa bannanga abo ekisookera ddala kituufu mmanyi pikipiki abasinga bavuga za looni era mmanyi mu covid yatuukawo ng'abantu bali mu looni ate nsubira banka tezayimiriza mbeera yakola ki yakubeera nga zo ziweebwa ssente zaazo mmanyi abasinga zaagenda.
In a bid to accelerate recovery from the negative impact of COVID-19, the youth I spoke to offered the following advice to their fellow youths.
I advise the youth to save some money every day. Even if you earn 10,000 a day, it's good at least to put aside 2,000. Again, I advise them, don't spend a lot in drinks,
only that I can tell them that to come back and they start new businesses, or they can go in their places and they began. Only that let them be with faith and to pray God will help them and they work, because if you cannot be working, life is very, very, very.
Thank you very much. The next group, that has been Kyaze family with a radio feature. Next group, Baale family. Okay. Baale family with a radio feature.
I do music production, dancing and singing as a profession. I am from Western Uganda, Keyze region, of course, Kabale municipality, Kabale district.
This is Kevin Nwamanya, commonly known by his stage name Kingo. He is among the thousands of people in the creative world of the arts and the entertainment who were affected by the mayhem COVID-19. Join me, Alan Ainaman and Tenyo Rodinest, as we present to you Struggling to Recover, Radio Future by Baale Family. To find Kingo, we had to visit Bulaba, one of the first and growing suburbs in Wakiso district, exactly 20 kilometers from the capital.
I produce gospel music, world music, voiceovers and adverts. At the same time, dancing, wedding parties, birthday parties, churches and concerts. The limit of the money was 300,000 in a wedding party. Then for music production, me, I was still an upcoming, so I would charge 200,000.
In 2020, COVID swept the world. Everything had to stop.
Therefore, I would like to appeal to the Ugandans to observe the prohibitions already announced and summarized above. Stay at home except for those carrying cargo, including food.
Before lockdown, we used to earn a lot of money, and when lockdown came in, we started our struggles. There was no money, weddings were no more, and businesses, of course, were closed.
Exactly 3 years after, and everything trying to get back to normal, the government of Uganda is trying to recover and re-embark on its Agenda 2030. Go aid, full and productive empowerment and decent work for all, inclusive of promoting the arts industry.
Yeah, but later, after lockdown, we started to recover slowly by slowly. Yeah, the government asked us to form a musical association, which was Kyaze Music Association. They gave us some little fundings, but they weren't enough for us. So, and of course, nowadays at least, weddings are now available, parties, deals, gigs, but we are doing good.
Even if you change the world, I will never change.
The government has put several programs to try to recover the economy. Alan Ainaman, Tenyo Rodinest, Baale Family.
Thank you very much. We go to the third last group. Third last group. Which one is that?
It is now 3 years since COVID-19
Nuliat.
pandemic.
Nuliat family with the radio feature. All right. Please, the rest of us, let's maintain some level of silence.
Good afternoon, dear listeners. Welcome to this special segment of the show highlighting the role of the youths in accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. I'm still your host, Maria Monica Nakasumba, and over the next half hour, we'll explore how young people are driving change in accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and helping us build a better future post-COVID-19.
The coronavirus is sweeping over mankind. Everybody must be alert. It's a global pandemic we can never take for granted.
A disease caused by a virus named SARS-CoV-2, very contagious and spreads quickly, brought to halt global marketing as well hindered social coexistence, which was a big blow to social, economic, political and religious sectors of nations, especially Uganda. Uganda being our point of focus. The first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in Uganda on March 21st, 2020, and a country-wide lockdown was declared a day later. The President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, gave directives to implement the lockdown on Monday, March 31st, and announced a 14-day nationwide lockdown from Wednesday, April 1st, which later kept on adding till we made 2 years. While on a standstill, Ugandan Wananchi went through suffering rate rose to 2.44% in 2020 from 1.80% in 2019 and further to 2.5% by the close of 2021, which was a reverse in a status progress. On to the theme, several individuals, NGOs, cooperatives, and the government of Uganda came up with a way forward to recover the nation from the pandemic destruction, such as affordable loans, emyoga funds, tax reliefs, and the famous parish development model PDM. With this, the economic growth outlook rose to 4.6% in 2022 and accelerated to 6.4% in the 2023 fiscal year. As domestic demand conditions improve, the global recovery continues as COVID-19 vaccines are rolled out. Our journey starts with understanding the role young people play in the pandemic recovery. Joining us today is Dr. Simon Byamugaba, an expert in global health and youth engagement.
Thank you for having me here. I'm really delightful. It's true the youth have shown incredible adaptability and resilience during these times of COVID-19. They have embraced digital technologies for education and even meetings or even work, whatsoever it could be. You know, during COVID-19, we are stopped from going to work. Some entities and even school came to halt, but youths were able to get into the new technologies, and that kept on life going.
Nankabirwa. Nankabirwa family.
Gentlemen, welcome to this special moment, this show today, The Nation Talk at 80.1 RN Radio. Thank you so much. I want to remind you, take you back to our topic of today, and that is accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda. In the studio today, I didn't come alone. I came with an amazing woman. As I told you yesterday, this week we'll be talking about the pandemic and how we're going to accelerate ourselves, accelerate getting out of pandemic and get better as the 2030 agenda has been put. And today we're going to have none other than Maria. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Nasali Maria Bridget. I'm a student at Africa Renewal University, but at the same time, I'm an actress in urban talents Africa.
Wow, very interesting there. So Maria, today we'll be discussing or exploring how we can work together to overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic and achieve a sustainable development goals by 2030. The COVID-19 pandemic has rattled the world, causing a widespread suffering and economic turmoil. But amidst the darkness, there is hope. We have an opportunity to rebuild our societies in a way that not only recovers from the immediate crisis, but also ensure a sustainable and inclusive future. In order to achieve this, it is...
Thank you very much. Those have been radio features by different groups. Of course, for radio, you know it's audio mainly, so for someone maybe who may not be in position to be aware, that's what it takes. We are going in for the Luganda, and I do believe that the different groups are ready. And strictly, we shall be taking 10 minutes for the interest of time, because this is the last item, as we give time to the judges to also be in position to conclude. So, Luganda news anchors, I believe that you're ready. Yes. Nankabirwa family, I know. A round of applause.
eddakiika ziri 14 ezakayita ku ssaawa 10 ezakawungeezi ku nzingo 7 ezikonese ku mwezi gwa Museenene omwaka 2023. Kadde kagesigika ku RNTV ng'omusomi nze Nagirinya Vanessa Sebufu Omuzirango. Gano ge mawulire gaffe mu bujjuvu. Naye nga tetunnatuukayo katusooke tufune emitwe emikulu mawulire ga leero.
Issettendekero lya Africa Renewal University gye lireeseemu enkulaakulana mu kitundu. Uganda Rhinos eri mu lugendo lw'okweddiza ekikopo kya Sekafa under 15.
Gano ge mawulire gaffe mu bujjuvu. Abatuuze bangi beenyumiriza mu ngeri gye baganyiddwa mu ssettendekero lya Africa Renewal University erisangibwa Buloba ku kkubo eridda Emitiyana okuva eri atandikawo n'ebiseera nga ssenyiga omukambwe aweddewo. Omusasi waffe katuwa ebisingako ku ebyo. Abantu bangi abaganyiddwa mu ssettendekero lya Africa Renewal University okuli abaddukanya emirimu gy'enjawulo nga abavuzi ba boodabooda, abatunzi b'emmere wamu n'abatuuze. Kasirye Yusufu, omuwandiisi wa LC1 Buloba Kapeeka, yeebazizza okubeerawo kwa ssettendekero eno okuleesewo enkulaakulana mu kitundu. Kuno kuliko abayizi abapangisa ku mayumba ekireetedde n'akatale k'ebintu okweyongera.
Muno mulimu abaana bangi abazze okusomeramu ate nga bapangisa mu bitundu bino ebiriraanyeemu. Kati ekisooka ku bantu abalina amayumba bafunyeemu kubanga bafuna abantu abarentinga ne babawa ssente. Ekyokubiri ne maketi eba yeeyongera. Ayongedde ne yeebaza ssettendekero ewadde omukisa eri abaana abaagala okusoma basobole okweyongerayo. Twafunayo omukisa wano okuva ku yunivasite nga baagala okuba nga basponsalingako ku baana ne batuwaako ku forms ezo era abaana abamu abaapulayinga simanyi kibaali considered. Kasirye yeebazizza ekisaawe kye baggulawo ekyongedde okuleetayo enkolagana mu bayizi n'abatuuze ng'etegeka emipiira egy'enjawulo. Ekirala yunivasite tulaba nga yateekawo ekisaawe of which abaana bakyettanidde okuva lwekyatandika kubanga kiri open eri buli muntu yenna nga community eba ekifunamu. Ssaalongo Kizibu omuvuzi wa booda ku siteegi e Buloba nsanyufu olw'okubangulwawo kwa ssettendekero ekolaganira wamu n'eddwaliro lya Cornerstone Medical Center eriyambye okujjanjaba abalwadde baabwe. Era yeebazizza n'abayizi ababawagira nga balinnya booda. Abaana batuwagira nnyo naddala wano transpoti yaffe wano. Amina Namaweje ng'ono atunda emmere kumpi ne ssettendekero abangi gwe bamanyi nga Hajati yeebazizza abayizi abamuwagira n'ategeeza nti mu kiseera kya kusenyiga omukambwe emmere yali tetambula bulungi.
Amanya gange Amina Namaweje abasinga bamanyi Naalongo kuba mu biseera bya COVID bizinensi yali etambula mpola mpola naye ng'era ngafumba akakiro kamwe ak'omuceere. Emmere gy'afumba yeeyongerako ne waakolera ne wagazibwa era n'agulayo ne poloti. Funyeemuko n'abaana okuva we baakomawo kati nange mbeera nafunayo ku kapoloti.
Amanya gange nze Mpiriirwe Vasta mbeera wano kumpi ne CMC. Ndi muzadde nina abaana ndi mufumbo era nga sirina nnyo buzibu bwensanze mu kubeera wano kumpi ne CMC era ndi musanyufu. Nze nga nze abaddewo wano abeera wano kumpi ne CMC nga nnyiddwa nti eddwaliro lituyambye nti ne bw'ofuna obuzibu ekiro bw'omwana n'alwala ekiro kikwanguyira kubanga waba kumpi.
Lino lya ssettendekero lya Africa Renewal University eryatandika mu mwaka gwa 2014 mu mwezi gwa Mukutula Ssanja. Lisomesa emisomo mingi nga kw'otadde n'ebyemikono. Mu kiseera kya ssenyiga omukambwe abatuuze b'ekitundu kino wamu ne ssettendekero baakosebwamu nnyo mu nnyingiza yaabwe naye oluvannyuma ng'omuggalo guweddewo enkolagana y'abatuuze nga kw'otadde ne ssettendekero yaleetawo enkulaakulana mu kitundu. Sigadde nze Faith Kwagalakwe, RN News.
eyo nga tuvuddeyo webale nnyo Faith kwagala kwe eyo nga tuvuddeyo mu mawulire okwetoolera eggwanga tutambuddeko ne tutuuka ku kisaawe kya Enjeru Ejjinja ng'era wano ensiitaano eri ku kisaawe kyafuufu ekikulu Enjeru Technical Center ng'abalenzi abali wakati w'emyaka 15 okuva mu nsi ez'enjawulo beetabye mu mpaka za Sekafa ezitandise ng'ennaku z'omwezi 4 mu mwezi gwa Musenene nga zino zigenda kukomekerezebwa ng'ennaku z'omwezi 16 wano Uganda Rhinos yakulembedde n'eggoolo 15 mu matiimu 9 omusasi waffe katwa ebisingako ku ebyo.
Amawanga 8 ge geetabye mu mpaka za Sekafa ez'abaana abalenzi abali wansi w'emyaka 15 nga kuno kuliko Uganda, Ethiopia, Djibouti, South Sudan nga bano bakola ekibinja A, Tanzania, Zanzibar, Somalia ne Rwanda nga bano bakola ekibinja B. Ku lunaku olw'omukaaga ekibinja A kyasobodde okusamba nga wano Uganda Rhinos yawangudde Djibouti ggoolo 15 ku bwereere, Ethiopia ne Sudan ne bakola amaliri ggoolo 1-1. Omutendesi wa Uganda Rhinos Kocha Lutalo ategeezezza nti beetegeka bulungi n'abasambi baabwe era bagenda kukola buli kisoboka basobole okweddiza ekikopo.
Okwangula omupiira gwa leero okusose mu kibinja kyaffe Group A ttiimu si nyangu naye kyensuubira tebeetegeka kimala naye tusobodde okubeera nga twetegeka bulungi bo tukyaliza wano era twagala kukola kyonna ekisoboka okubeera nga tudifendinga ekikopo kino kyetwasobola okuwangula mu 2019.
Kigambibwa nti Uganda Rhinos yasembayo okuwangula empaka zino mu mwaka gwa 2019 mu ggwanga ly'Eritrea nga yawangula Kenya ggoolo 4 ku bwereere ng'ebiseera ebyo yali wansi w'omutendesi Jackson Magera. Ggoolo za Uganda Rhinos zaateebeddwa abazannyi okuli Simon Wanyama ono yateebye ggoolo 3, Richard Okero ono yateebye nayo ggoolo 3 wamu ne Enoka Bagenda ono yateebye ggoolo 4 era nga bano buli omu yavuddewo n'omupiira. Empaka za Sekafa ez'abaana abalenzi abali wansi w'emyaka 15 zaggulibwawo mu mwaka gwa 2019 ng'era zino zaategekebwa mu nsi eyitibwa Eritrea. Uganda yategese empaka zino omulundi ogwokubiri nga zaatandise ennaku z'omwezi nga 4 mu mwezi gwa Musenene era nga zakomekerezebwa ennaku z'omwezi 16. Sigadde nze Vanessa Nagirinya, NRTV.
Webale nnyo webalire ddala omusasi waffe eyo nga tuvuddeyo tugenzeeko ku ssettendekero lya Africa Renewal University nga wano abayizi tulengeddwako essanyu n'okukankana birabiddwako nga abayizi abakola ebyamawulire bategese empaka z'okujjukira bannamawulire abatuva ku maaso nga kuno kuliko Nuliat, Rosemary, Daniel ne Baale. Omulundi ogwokubiri zitegekeddwa ku Africa Renewal University omusasi waffe Nanyanzi Sharifa ali ku ssettendekero eyo katwa ebisingako ku ebyo.
Neyanza nnyo neyanzeege mukyala Vanessa omukisa guno gwompeereddwa okutuukako essaawa zino eno wadde nga si bulungi twafunye embeera y'enkuba naye twasobodde Mukama atusobosezza okutuuka kuno olunaku era ne tutuuka bulungi. Ku ssettendekero ya Africa Renewal University erisangibwa e Buloba abaana abanekanekanye balaga ebitone eby'eyo nga tonnatuuka osobola okuta obudde n'obasanga nga bukyali naye buzaako ku mukyalo ono kuba kanye gyebaleko nnyabo amannya gaffe amalungi.
Amanya gange nze Esther Namuddu, student ku Africa Renewal University nga nkola diploma in social work.
N'abasocial worker we bali mbadde manyi bajja nazimbokaboka be baliwo kati okusinziira ebibinja binene ebiriwo waliwo Nankabirwa, Kyaze, Baale ne Nuliat. Okulaba okuko olaba kibinja kyege ekigenda okuwangula.
Okulaba okwange ndowooza Nankabirwa egenda kuwangula kubanga bookya.
Banaye webale nnyo webalire nnyo ddala abali eyo simanyi oba leero Nankabirwa kuba kati Mukama yasinga okumanya mala ofunako ekigambo okuva mu basazi b'empaka baffe gyebaleko ssebo. notusonyiwa munange olulimi lwe tuliko oba lwe tulimu essaawa zino eno telumukolera omwami waffe ono naye era sigenda kuva kati tugenda kuba tufuna obudaawo obuddako bwangenda kuba nkufunya asingako ku bajjaji baffe kambazeeyo mu studio zaffe ennungi owamukyala Vanessa.
Webale nnyo webalire ddala omusasi waffe Sharifa Nanyanzi. Kambalekereyo olugero olugamba ensikano bayoomu enkejje k'amazzi mu nnyanja ate n'egisanga mu luwombo. Twegendereze engeri gye tuyisa abantu nga omusanga leero tomanye enkyanga yagenda okuyamba. Sigadde nze Nagirinya Vanessa Sebufu omuzirango ku RA bulungi mwera.
N'olwekyo ensonga y'obudde mujja kunsonyiwa ku nsonga y'obudde bw'ojja wano dakiika 10 zokka. 10 minutes only, please. Hurry. We are going to be nange. That's the Luganda I can speak. Let me go to look for more signals, and I will be back after the Nuliat Nambaziira family. 10 minutes, please. Don't go beyond that. The rest of us, maaso ku lutimbe katulabe. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Katubere bawombeefu, tulabe bigenda mu maaso ku lutimbe gwaffe gagadde.
Mwasibye mutando bannaffe abatuwuliriza gano ge mawulire gaffe amasufu wano ku Nuliat TV. Gino gye mitwe emikulu. Abavubuka bandisaanye okwekolerera ne balema okulowooleza mu nsawo z'abalala. Mu mawulire gaffe amalala tukuleetedde emboozi y'abantu b'ennakawa abagamba nti ensimbi eziweebwa gavumenti abantu b'omu kitundu ekyo zibulankanyizibwa ne bakomekereza nga tebeekulaakulanyiza okusinziira nga ku nteekateeka y'omwaka 2003 nga bwe kyalagibwa omukulembeze w'eggwanga lino Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Gano ge mawulire gaffe mu bujjuvu. Gavumenti ng'eyita mu mbalirira y'omwaka 2003 yasalawo okuteekawo pulogulaamu ez'enjawulo okusobola okuggya abantu mu bwavu okuva bwe balumbirwa ekirwadde kya COVID-19. Okuva eggwanga lya Uganda bwe yalumbibwa ekirwadde kya COVID-19, gavumenti yasalawo okuleetawo pulogulaamu ez'enjawulo okusobola okuyamba abantu okweggya mu bwavu nga kino kifumbikedde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo nga tutuuseeko mu munisipaali y'e Nakawa wano mu Kampala ng'abaali beekokkodde enguzi n'emivuyo egisusse mu pulogulaamu za gavumenti ezireetebwa okuggya abantu mu bwavu nga bagamba nti ekiviiddeko bannayuganda bangi okulemwa pulogulaamu za gavumenti ez'enjawulo ezo zireetebwa omuli ne parish development model.
Meya agenzeyo bamukwata bana bali mukola mbiri abaana bali kwegamba kufumba kola kandika kompyuta ebya keeki twali twabireeta wano bakolerawo wayini kolerawo keeki kubinya kakaga emiti kakaga emiti meka kakaga jesa emikisa gisanga yakoze ki nenange ninawe nsobola ogisimba esese siraba abantu bameka bana n'ennyumba nezigwa nezikuba abantu ng'amazzi gabakoma muno mutegera bulungi nnyo kati ebbwa wetonyanga bajja webasula okuluga watabidde.
bwe tutuukiriddeko abantu ab'enjawulo mu Nakawa okusinziira ku bantu b'ekisa mu musomo ogubateekeddwa ku by'okwekulaakulanya ne balaga obwennyamivu olw'enguzi esabibwa abamu ku bakungu ba gavumenti abagaba ssente ziba zibaweereddwa okugabira abantu okwejja mu bwavu.
Yange waswa basajja ffumu okuva embuya Kinawattaka zone 1. Okusomesa ke tusanga mu ssente gavumenti zeetuwa nti oluusi batuwa ssente ezo ne bakubuza ssente ogenda zikolamu ki n'obalagira kyogenda okukola ngenda tandika omudaala gwa capati ntundileko enkoko ntundeko biki nga omudaala ogwo nina guteeka nina kuba bizinesi yange kukuba abantu bwe balabira bizinesi eyo okujja okugula nange nfunemu akasente n'akasente ke nina okuzeewo kagenda okuva naye site kanso omala ofuna ssente ezo n'ojja n'otandika okukola ku kkubo kwennyini kwotadde omudaala ate nga basooka ne bajja ne batunula waawe ogenda okukolera naye oluvannyuma bajja n'abasajja baabwe ne bakwata ebintu byaffe ne babitwala we babitwala okusasula ne kukola ki ne kukulema kuba oba tokyakola emidaala bagitutte flying pan bazitutte ogenda okakana nga bakututte naawe eruzira okukola ki okukusiba ate bakusiba akasente akubasigala bakola ki kati ekyo nakyo kisoomooza eri omuvubuka okukimayo ssente ezo ate oluvannyuma bankwate bankole bansibe sigenda kukwata ssente ezo nkole bizinesi ngiteeke munda muki munda makati munda mu bizimbe eyo sijja funa abantu bakola ki kuba nina okutega abayise ku kkubo n'abantu bembeera nabo ki nina giteeka mu community yange kati ate n'ekirala.
Wakati mu Bulumi abatuuze boogedde ku pulogulaamu ez'enjawulo okuli eya parish development model ssente z'abavubuka n'endala nga bagamba nti abasinga ofuna ensimbi zino asooka kusimba kaggo nga n'abamu basaba ekyojja mu miro ne baagenya gavumenti okubasalira amagezi. Bwe twogeddeko ne ssentebe w'omuluka gw'ekisa Ssaalongo Henry Segane alaajanidde gavumenti ku ssente za parish development model zagambye nti ziremedde mu bbanka ate nga zaaleetebwa kujja abantu mu bwavu olw'enteekateeka y'omwaka 2023 wadde nga abantu abalina okuzifuna batuukiriza dde emisoso gyonna egyetaagisa okuzifuna.
Ssaalongo Segane chairperson LC2 Kiswa Parish. Mu nsonga ya PDM ffe ng'abakulembeze tetuli basanyufu. Abantu babagamba okukola buli mutendera gwonna ne baguyitamu ne bagutuukiriza. Mu mwezi ogw'omukaaga nga financial year eggwako batugamba ssente nga kwezi ku account opportunity bank nye n'okutuusa kati abantu tebanafuna ssente ezo. Ffe ng'abakulembeze twebuuza kiki ekigenda mu maaso. Ssente ziriyo oba teziriyo oba gyeziri lwaki banka ezikutte nga bannannyini ssente ezo baatuukiriza okwakuliza bwe baali babagambye ne kawunti ne bazigulamu opportunity bank kati ng'ekyali kisigalidde kubawa ssente ne bakola. Essente za PDM zisibye abantu abamu mu bwavu olw'ensonga nti bo abantu baali bamanyi bajja kwogera ku kapito gwe balina ne baddira obusente obumu ne bawukisamu empapula ne batambula ne bajja mu mitingi ne baleka n'emirimu gyabwe gye bandibadde bakola. Kiki kyensaba gavumenti nganze omukulembeze pulezidenti w'eggwanga musaba ayogere ne gwekikwatako mu PDM alizizinga ssente za Kampala district kubanga ssente ku akawunti kweziri ate neza financial year omwaka guno twagenda okutunda mu budget nga gavumenti yasindise dda ate miliyoni 10 ekirala 10 ekisindise ekyokubiri ate nga ekisooka tekirinafunibwa bannannyini kyo ssente ezo abazikutte lwa nsonga ki. Omukulembeze w'eggwanga asanye kimanya nti waliwo abalemesa puroguramu za gavumenti abatuuliranga ssente za PDM abalemesa ssente za CDD okutuuka mu bantu abalemesa ssente za youth life zaali ez'abavubuka nekyalemesa puroguramu eyo okutatambula bulungi kyava nti abantu abali wakati abo balina okutuusa saavisi wansi ku ground batuulira ssente kubanga tukyekanga ne mu disitulikiti ezimu nti owulira nti financial yaweddeko ssente ne ziddayo nga tezikozeseddwa be bakulembeze basemuyagayaavo abo bensaba gavumenti etunulemu ebagobe oba ebajjewo tekuba abantu abasobola okukola.
Bw'otunuulira embalirira y'omwaka 2023 abakungu ba gavumenti abaakwasibwa obuvunaanyizibwa obw'okulondoola pulogulaamu za gavumenti bano kiteeberezebwa okuba nti baafuuka bassemugayaavu abatafuddeeyo okukola mulimu gwabwe okusinziira nti pulogulaamu zino zaali zaaleetebwa kujja abantu mu bwavu okuva bwe baalumbibwa ekirwadde kya COVID-19. Abakozi ba gavumenti abawerezebwa mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo bandisaanye okulondoola pulogulaamu zino eziwerezebwa mu bitundu byabwe kiyambeko okulwanyisa abakungu ba gavumenti okuwandiisa abantu ab'empewo. Maria Monica Nakasumba, Nuliat TV, Amasufu.
Eyo nga tuvuddeyo abavubuka abawangalira mu bitundu by'e Buloba basalawo okutandika okwekolerera baleme kufuuka bakyala kimpadde abatigomya ekyalo obutaba na byakukola.
Busiro balina kye balagawo ku butya bayimiriza obulamu bwabwe okusinga okufuuka bakyala kimpadde abatigomya ekitundu. Bano nga tubasanze ku mirimu gyabwe bakola obutaweera okufuuka okulabirira famire zaabwe ate nabo okwekuuma nga baliko kye bakola olwo ne balema okufuuka bagayavu maka gaabwe. Emirimu egisinga okwettanira ennyo abavubuka ensangi zino omuli okusiika capati, okusala enviiri, okuba amataffaali ssaako n'okupoota nga bano basawo ne beenoonyeza akawogo anti nga bwe guli nti ataakole n'okulya taalyenga. Kiteeberezebwa okuba nti abavubuka batalina byakukola be bakyasinze okusuza abantu ku tebuukye anti emitima gibasula ku mutwe olw'obweraliikirivu babeeramu olw'ensonga nti bano babalumba mayumba gaabwe ne bababba buli kye bakubako eriiso ekintu ekyamatigga eri obulamu bw'abantu. Twogeddeko ne Mukasa Emmanuel nga kiyamani w'abavubuka mu Buloba Bunywa Kapeeka ng'akulambya amasannyalaze bw'ati bw'alambuludde ku nsonga eno.
Twogerako ne Mukasa Emmanuel ndi kiyamani w'abavubuka ku kyalo Buloba Kapeeka bayalinga amayumba n'okubitunda. Mu mulimu ogwo osanze buka ekirungi kyembawa ekisooka ku byo kwekwasa Mukama Katonda yasooka. Ekyokubiri okufuna emikwano.
Bwe tugenda mu maaso n'amawulire gaffe amasufu omusasi wa Ronald Muteesasira ali mu bitundu eby'Ebuloba ku ssettendekero ya Africa Renewal University katuwe ebigenda mu maaso mu kifo ekyo.
Neyanza nnyo Madamu Maria Monica Nakasumba nze Ronald Muteesasira Munasingo nga ndi wano live butereevu ku ssettendekero ya Africa Renewal University ku mpaka z'abannamawulire nga zino zitegekebwa wakati wa families ez'enjawulo zirinya Nuliat, Kyaze, Baale ne Nankabirwa nga bavuganya mu bifo eby'enjawulo okuli okusoma amawulire, okusoma speech, poem n'ebintu ebirala ebiggwa mu kkowe ly'amawulire. Naye nga tuvuddeko awo abayizi abali wano eno bonna bali mu kunyumirwa batudde abamu bakaaba abalala baseka. So kambuuzeeko omu ku bo asobola otuwulira ki ekigenda mu maaso, ki ekisinza omunyumira, ki ekyenjawulo kyalabye ku mukolo gwa leero okusinga kugibaddewo. Maama wasibye oti?
Olungi ssebo wasibye.
Erinnya?
Amannya gange nze Nawanika Millicent nga ndi muyizi wano ku Africa Renewal University.
Ndaba oli musanyufu, ki ekisinza okunyumira ku nnaku olwaleero?
Ekinyumidde olunaku lwaleero ndaba abayizi bali banyumye bambadde bulungi ate bali mu mpaka kwegamba bagezaako okulwana okulaba nti kuliko famire etwala ekikopo.
Tweyanza nnyo tweyanzeege kankomewo mu studio Madamu Maria Nakasumba atongeyo n'amawulire gaffe. Sigadde nze Ronald Muteesasira ku Nuliat TV wano e Buloba.
Weebale nnyo Ronald Muteesasira okutuusaako amawulire gaffe amasufu. Nange amannya nze Maria Monica Nakasumba muzzukulu wa Mulema Mugema Buddu. Kambalakerera kano eno nga bwe guli nti abagagga n'abagagga baagalana ekirevu kimera kuva we kiri paka ku nviiri eziri ewala.
A round of applause. Cool. Yes, again. Next family, please. Baale Francis family. Hurry up. Because of time, please. Strictly 10 minutes. 10 minutes only. Beyond that, I don't think we shall have anything beyond. Thank you.
Ebyobufuzi n'embeera z'abantu, ebyobusuubuzi n'ebyenfuna,
ebifa mu nsiike y'ebyemizannyo,
byonna mu amabobeze Baale TV.
Okola kya muwendo nnyo ggwe eyeekumidde ku Baale TV. Omuweerezaawo Kenneth Segujja anyingiddewo okutuusaako amawulire amabobeze nga
atannatuuka mu myaka. Lwaki oba ogenda mu bikolwa bino ebyokwegatta? Baale TV twegasse ku gavumenti okusobola okulabika nga tulwanyisa enteekateeka eno esobola okutuukirira. Sozi Ivan ku lwa Baale TV.
Gonno ge gafa mu byobulamu kakati kankutwaleko mu malala nga bwe kiri nti buli muntu waali walabira omusana n'ekiro era buli muntu bw'aba n'ebiruubirirwa mu kubituukiriza newankubadde ng'okusoomozebwa kungi kwe basisinkana bwe batyo n'abayizi abaliko obulemu ku ssettendekero wa Africa Renewal University bwe bawadde endowooza zaabwe n'okututotolera ku butya okututotolera butya bwe bayitamu era nga Shamimu Nabunya yabaddeyo okulondoola emboozi eno.
Ne Baale TV abayizi ba ssettendekero wa Africa Renewal University omuli Mugisha Edwin ono mulema omune Olok Alfred ono muzibe w'amaaso bategezezza nti basanyufu okubanga nabo balina omukisa okusoma n'okutendekebwa ng'abantu abalala wabula ne banokolayo okumu ku kusoomoozebwa kwe bayitamu nga bakwasaganya emisomo gyabwe.
nga movement kubanga waliwo wemba njagala okugenda naye means of transport okuvuga akagaari I have to call someone to push me.
I thought that campus is like a place where you have someone to guide you, but reaching this way I found that you should live on your own. There's no counseling, no advising, and you are just to depend on your own. If you want to go for winter, it is up to you. If you don't want, it is up to you. If you feel like going for lectures, up to you. Just that.
Bano bagenze maaso ne banokolayo ebyo bye baagala ssettendekero abayambe okwongera okubangwiza n'okubagondezaamu mu by'ensoma yaabwe era ne basaba gavumenti eyongere okuwagira abantu abaliko obulemu n'okubayamba okwenyigira mu bukulembeze naddala nga bakiikirira bannaabwe abali mu mbeera mwe bali.
Christianity University baagala nnyo okusaba naye nze njagala nnyo okusaba ate nze ntya Katonda kubanga nze ndi omusajja mulokole. First of all nze ndina disability ku mubiri gwange ate post ya disability ani abadde agenda jogerera nga sirinzi kati nze ninsalo ningamba post bagitaddeko ya disability kanzije ndage kyensobola kubanga nze njagala nfuuke eddoboozi ly'abantu abalinako obulemu kubanga fo abalala tubalina opportunity y'okweyongera ku university naye nze njifunye.
Shamimu Nabunya ku Baale TV.
Weebale nnyo Shamimu, ebyo nno bye bifa ku bannaffe abaliko obulemu. Ate kaakano katugende butereevu ku ssettendekero wa Africa Renewal University ng'eno ye wali empaka z'abannamawulire era nga mu muweereza waffe era omusasi waffe Shamimu Nabunya gy'ali okulondoola emboozi eno.
Neyanzanya omukulu Kenneth omukisa gompadde okwogerako eri abantu baffe abalungi amanya nze Nabunya Shamimu ku Baale TV. Mukulu Kenneth nga bw'ogambye natuuse dda mu kitundu kino ku Africa Renewal University era ng'empaka zikwajja zigenda mu maaso abantu basanyufu nnyo era wano wendi nina omukyala gwendi naye ndaba musanyufu essanyu lyammwe okiwagonja gyebale
kale mukwano naye gyebaleko
amanyago
bampita Namutebi Amina.
Namutebi Amina twagala otubulire ku mbeera ki eri ku Africa Renewal ng'oli musanyufu abantu nga banyumye.
Embeera ya bugumu ekiri wano kikwafu
nayira nfe
kwafu baby families ziri wano zikompitinga naye mukwano Baale
naye omwana ono atunyonyodde nti Baale gy'osuubira okuwangula ng'ogiyinamu nnyo obwesige.
Ekituufu family zonna zikoze ekisinga naye mukulaba okwange Baale esikulumyeko ku balala mukwano.
Tweyanziza nnyo mukulu Kenneth kyekyo ekiri ku Africa Renewal University.
Kati Shamimu nga tetunnava ku Africa Renewal University olowooza kintu ki ekyenjawulo ekiri mu mpaka zino okusinga ku z'omwaka oguwedde?
Mukulu Kenneth okusinziira nti guno gwe mulundi ogwokubiri nga Africa Renewal University etegeka empaka zino ndaba omulundi guno kyeyongeddemu ebbugumu kubanga ebirabo bingi. Abakulu twaleese banene beereere. Omukulu Vice Chancellor yakitaddemu ssente abaddewo okuva we twatandise kwegamba mukulu Kenneth kyenyinza okugamba leero kisukkulumye ku kya bulijjo.
Weebale nnyo Shamimu, ndowooza omulabi waffe omulungi weewuliridde ate weerabiddeko anti akuddira mu mboozi tagiwoomya. Kaakati mu kanyomero kaffe akaamanya olulimi lwo tukuleetedde olugero olugamba nti linda kiggweyo afumita mukira. Amakulu nti buli wookola ekintu ng'ogayala omaliriza okifiiriddwa so tusaanidde ffenna gye tuli naffe abatulaba nammwe abatulaba mwenna okukola buli kintu n'amaanyi obutakifiirwa oba oliawo n'obutafuna ekyo eky'ekiboggwe. Ago ge gabadde amawulire gaffe amabobeze wano ku Baale TV. Nsigadde ndi Kenneth Segujja, Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangaale.
A round of applause. Indeed, alinda Kigweyo afumita ki kansubire nti aba bagenda kujja tebagenda Ulupe Sembayo. Okay. This is Kyaze family. All right. Thank you.
Omwezi gwa Museenene ennaku z'omwezi ziri 7 omwaka 2023. Osiibye otya omulungi wonna w'osinzidde okuba nga otugoberera wano ku Kyaze TV. Kadde kamawulire gy'otobadde ng'ogakusomera nze Ezra Joseph Kayi muganda wange. Kkiriza tusooke tulabe emitwe emikulu egikoze agulwayo n'oluvannyuma tukomewo tugalabe mu bujjuvu tovaawo.
Bavubuka bannaffe temubongoota musituke mukole.
Obudde buno tebalina kunyooma mirimu. Gwonna omulimu ogukoze ogukusaze mu maaso gukole naye ng'olina ekiruubirirwa lwakyo.
Bannabuloba tebamanyi kyakuzzaako n'abakulembeze enguudo zibasobedde.
Era y'oluguudo lwa Buloba Ssenkuma naddala mu kitundu kyonna essaawa eno
nga tubala emyaka 2 bweddu bukyanga omukulembeze w'eggwanga His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni alijja ku muggalo gw'ekirwadde kirumima mawuggwe COVID-19. Bo abavubuka b'ebuloba bayimukiramu nga eyatega ogw'ekyayi okusobola okufuna ekigulira magala eddiba olwo baawukane ku bigambo ebiboogerwako ensangi zino nti bangalo bunani era tebaleseeyo kuwaŋŋana magezi ku butya bwe bayinza okuvvuunuka obwavu. Ebisinga ku bino omusasi waffe yabifeffese.
Gavumenti y'eggwanga Uganda yasalawo okubambagana enteekateeka namutayiika 23 ng'eno yabagibwa ekibiina ky'amawanga amagatte ki UN ng'eruubirira okufuula Ssengendo Sense ekifo ekyegombesa. Olw'okubanga ebitundu ebisoba mu 78 ku 100 ku bantu abali mu Uganda abavubuka, kino kibaawa ekifo ekyokumwanja mu nteekateeka eno. Wabula enteekateeka 23 yasannyalazibwa olw'okubalukawo kwa lumiima mawuggwe COVID-19 yazingamya emirimu gy'abavubuka egisinga obungi nga bwe bannyonnyola.
Omulimu guno gwakosebwa nti ensimbi ng'ogakuba naye ng'abagagula batono ddala. Ate n'emirimu obeera tofuna kubajjukira abantu ssente ebiseera ebyo balinga tebayina.
Covid yampisa bubi nnyo kwa bizinesi yange yali tesobola kukola. Baatuggala tusobola tunda ngoye. Engoye ze twalina zaabeeramu ne zoonooneka. Back to school yayonooneka.
COVID-19 ng'amaliddwa amamiima, abavubuka okwekubagiza baakusiba ku mpagi baakozesa obukujjukujju okukira ku bwana bw'emisota okulaba nga baddamu okukakkalabya emirimu bafuna ekigulira amagala eddiba era bakubiriza abavubuka bannaabwe okuva mu kuliisa ebijanjaalo empisa.
Nze amagezi gembawa nti bave mu byokwekwasa. Bw'oba olinayo ekibanja lot of land obanga mukadde waalinayo ettaka, engeri gye muli abaana ba yunivasite nze mbaadivayizinga nti mu holidde ng'ezo bw'oba osobola otabulayokko n'ofunayo ku kasente.
Yinza obbawa amagezi kwekkiririzaamu. Obudde buno tebalina kunyooma mirimu. Gwonna omulimu ogukoze ogukusaze mu maaso gukole naye ng'olina ekiruubirirwa kyo nti njagala kuzzaawo ki bizinesi gye nalina. Kasente ako k'olina ate tokalya lyako katini nnyo otereke. So ofuna oyinza okikola ng'omwaka oba oyinza okikola ng'emyezi.
Juma Sebuguzi ssentebe w'abavubuka mu zooni ya Buloba Bulwakapeeka attanya ku nteekateeka ze bateerawo abavubuka okulaba nga badda engulu.
Twagezaako okulaba nti abavubuka abo nga ddala abaffe ab'omu Buloba tukuliyeetingawo emirimu emyangu ng'okutandikawo emidaala ng'egya capati, kutandikawo emidaala ng'egy'ennyaanya, naye era nga bw'omanyi nti twali tuva wansi nga essente zaffe zitufuddeko tewaalingawo ssente. Gavumenti neetusuubiza okutuwaayo ku ssente ezitajja.
Ekiruubirirwa ekisookera ddala ku nteekateeka nnamutayike ya 23 kwe kulinnyira ddala obwavu ku nfeete. Wabula kino kyalinnyibwamu eggere olw'okubalukawo kwa nnawokera wa COVID-19 eyasannyalaza emirimu gy'abantu mingi nga n'egy'abavubuka mw'ogitwalidde. Kino kye kiseera abavubuka tuve mu kwekubagiza, tuyimuke tuddemu tutambule. Julius Senkomi lwa Kyaze Family.
Weebale nnyo muganda wange Julius n'emboozi eyo. Kansuubire nti gwe omuvubuka ali eyo olina kye weetwalidde mu mboozi eyo. Jjukira babeera babuulira owaabwe nga gwe ow'omunaku okutu okunkumula. Amangu ago nno siikuriiseeyo olunaku olwaleero abayizi b'ettendekero lya Africa Renewal University e Buloba abakola essomo ery'amawulire balabiddwako nga beepimapima ku ebyo bye bayiga nga bali mu bibiina byabwe. Ebisinga ku ebyo omusasi waffe we yabiwulidde yadduse zambwa era gy'ali atutangaalize ku biki ebigenda mu maaso oluuyi olwo. Julius Senkomi ku Africa Renewal.
Neeyanzizza nnyo muganda wange Kaye wamu n'omulabi omulungi owa Kyaze TV. Embeera eri ku Africa Renewal University yakaasa mmeme wamu n'okuvuganya. Tunajjukirwa nti ettendekero lino lisangibwa e Buloba ku luguudo oludda Emityana nga ge gamu ku matendekero agakulira ku misinde egya yiriyiri. Embeera yo yakedde yakinnyika ggobe wabula gye buzibidde nga akabugumirize kongedde okuteekinga okubeerawo mu kitundu. Ekigenda mu maaso z'empaka z'abayizi eziyitibwa Media Fest. Ng'empaka zino omulundi guno ziriwo omulundi gwa kubiri. Nga mu mpaka zino abayizi abasoma ebyamawulire bavuganya wakati mu kubbinkana n'okwolesa ebyo bye basoma mu kibiina. Mwera nga bavuganya mu bintu ebyenjawulo ebikolebwa mu mawulire omuli okugasoma, okugasaka wamu n'okugasunsula. Ez'omulundi guno zatambulidde ku mulamwa ogw'okwongera obwangu mu kuvunuka ebizibu ebyaleetebwa lumiimamawuggwe gwe COVID-19 wamu n'okumanya obuvunaanyizibwa bw'abavubuka mu nteekateeka nnamutayika 23. Abayizi balabiddwako nga bali lyanda ku lyanda nga embeera yatondekera nange sijja kukulekera wabula ng'era obusajja we bukirana waliwo abo abakize ku bannaabwe. Njagala okutegeezaako nti abamu balabiddwako nga entuuyo bazisaziza ddala bibatu nga bibaze bateeseteese ate okwogeramu attu ate emitwe gye baabulidde ku kaseera akavannyuma. Njagala okwongera okugamba nti ku mukolo guno kubaddeko ebikonge ebyenjawulo okuva mu gavumenti eya wakati. Tulabyeko omugenyi omukulu abadde omubaka omukyala owa disitulikiti y'Emityana Honorable Joyce Baagala Ntwatwa nga tulabyeko n'omugenyi omulala omukulu abadde Dr. Adolf Mbayine nga y'omu ku basomesa abakulu ku ssettendekero e Makerere. Ne Vice Chancellor wa Africa Renewal University omwami Vincent Byamukama teyalutumiddwa baana. Nengeddewo ne ku basomesa ab'enjawulo abasomesa ebyamawulire nga bazze okwolese okulaba nti abaana bye babasomesa ddala babiteeka mu nkola. Kandabe wano omu kuwakulira abasomesa n'ekitongole kino ekyamawulire ku Africa Renewal University abeeko kyatubuulira. Madam, leero abaana bali mu kubbinkana wakati mu mpaka eza Media Fest. Enteekateeka eno ogyogerako ki?
Enteekateeka eno twavaayo tugikole kuba twali twagala tulabe nti mulina skill because we are looking at competencies. So twagala omwana ofulume university eno ng'olina kyoyize bw'oba osobola kuba ebifaananyi bw'otuuka mu field tebakubuuza nti medium short wano bajja kugamba genda mu field okuba ekifaananyi okomyewo. Kyobola batu abasindise mu field mugende mukube ebifaananyi ofune skill okomewo ki editing baki airing kataawo kiba kitegeeza nti bw'oba ofuluma oba omanye ekyokukola so togenze n'ebiri byetusomesa oluzungu lwokka naye ogenze ne skill.
Kale madam tweyanzige ebyo bye bikyagenda mu maaso mu kizimbe ekya Chapel ku Africa Renewal University. Ffe nga Kyaze TV n'amawulire gaffe gy'otabadde tukukakasa nti gy'otabadde ffe tubaddeyo era nga tugenda kwongera ebigenda mu maaso tukubulye n'abo abanaaba banywedde mu bannaabwe akendo.
Weebale nnyo Julius n'emboozi eyo empoomu atutegeezezza nti abayizi gye bali entuuyo bazitemya bibatu. Kakati ate nno eyo nga tuvuddeyo bo abatuuze abayizi wamu n'abakakkalabiza ku luguudo lwa Buloba Ssentema bennyamivu olw'embeera y'oluguudo eyesisiwaza wabula nga ate n'abakulembeze bategeeza nti tebalina kiddako olw'embeera y'oluguudo gye lulimu. Ebikira ku bino omusasi waffe kabitutuuseeko.
Tema mu district ye Wakiso gy'osanga abaka abatwahanga entulege olw'ekkuba eritabasobozesa okukakkalabya gyabwe mu mirembe. Bw'otuuka ku kkubo lya Buloba Ssentema ng'enkuba etonnya kikumalako akyagala olw'ebinnya n'amazzi ageeragama mu kkubo wakati nga kino kizingamya emirimu gy'abatuuze. Abantu ba bulijjo mu kwogerako ne kamera zaffe eza Kyaze TV batutegeezezza oluguudo luno lubatawaanya nnyo era abandi bagwa n'abasaabaze mu kkubo.
Embeera ey'oluguudo kyamazima nti yetukosezza nnyo naddala mu bidduka byaffe nti bwe tutwala omusaabaze oluusi osanga tugudde mu binnya kuba ebinnya bingi enkuba bw'etonnya oluguudo kati lufuuse lwa mmotoka emu yeeyitamu tetwayisiŋŋanya mmotoka bbiri n'olwekyo oluguudo lwaffe lwo ekyamazima lubi nnyo mu binnya.
Abayizi b'ettendekero lya Africa Renewal bo balajana olw'ensimbi ezibakaligibwa aba bboda nga nnyingi ddala ate n'okwambala engoye ezitasaana bo ng'abaana ab'obuwala.
Oli kutambuza bigere tosaana kwambala ngatto ennungi okutuuka ku kampaasi era olina okufunayo awo ebigatto nga gambutusi zosobola okukozesa okugenda ku kampaasi ate oba ng'otuuse mu expenses za booda ababooda baseera ng'enkuba etonnye.
Mu kwogerako n'omu ku b'obuyinza mu kitundu kino nga ye Kasire Yusuf Ssaabawandiisi wa LC ya Buloba Buraka Peka Zone ategeezezza nti ekyokukola oluguudo luno kyababula dda ng'abakulembeze.
Embeera y'oluguudo lwa Buloba Ssentema naddala mu kitundu ffe wano we tuli essaawa eno embeera si nnungi era teyeegombesa oluvannyuma lw'enkuba ey'amaanyi okuba nti erikosezza emifulejje ne gizibikira ne gifunda mukoka n'atandika okuba ng'ayita ku ngulu ekiruleetedde okubaamu ebinnya ebiyitirivu n'emmotoka okuba nga tezikyasobola kutambula bulungi.
Kumala ebbanga ddene oluguudo luno lwa Buloba Ssentema lubadde muziziko nnyo ku nkulaakulana y'ekitundu kino eri abo abalukolerako ddala mu biseera by'enkuba. Nambaziira Daffin, Kyaze Family.
Weebale nnyo Daffin n'emboozi eyo weewaawo we bakutenda emisinde todduka kuyita wammwe wakabina akanene tafa miggo ko akadde kalabikira ddala nga kandiridde empinga era sisobola kubanga nsukkako wano n'amawulire gaffe gy'otabadde ku Kyaze TV. Nze Ezra Joseph Kaye sikoze nzeka nkoze ne bannange abalala bangi wabula teweerabira kutugoberera ku mikutu gyaffe egy'enjawulo ku Kyaze TV. Nze Ezra Joseph Kaye akuume atakuumira mpera mbere bulungi mwerabe.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause. So we are just left with one item, and I request my humble request to our guests and to our dear VC that we are almost getting done, and all that we would like now, strictly 5 minutes, the next item. This is the last item, and would like you to take only, once you go beyond, actually Atmos should be 4 minutes. Beyond that, I don't think that we shall be in position to handle. So, the first family that is ready for the entertainment. Yes. Okay? Uh, if they are not ready, then we go to the next group. And that's how you're going to lose marks. Yeah. That's it. Then, Nuliat family. Nuliat family. Nankabirwa family. So where are you? Baale Francis family. Have you submitted? Trust me, this time round, that will be a pass. So if you're not ready, we are not going to do anything really like, yeah. Okay? All right. Kale, this is Nankabirwa family. All right. Enjoy. We are time bad. Hurry up.
That I could be just anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. She said that everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I wish for is right in front of me. Everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I wish for is right in front of me. And she said, Haba haba, kusha saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Come on, dance with us. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that's just the little things in life that's gonna make me happy. And she said, little by little, fills up the measures. Don't ever give up, keep on moving. Little by little, fills up the measures. Don't ever give up, keep on moving. Haba haba, kusha sahi baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Come on, haba haba, puja saki baba. Sing it, haba haba, puja saki baba. Come on, haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Come on. Hey, haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Haba haba, puja saki baba. Come on.
All right. A round of applause to the Nuliat family. Nuliat family, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for bringing back the energy. Yes. Nuliat family, thank you so much. Baale Francis. Baale Francis family. Baale Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have some order. Excuse me. Excuse me. It doesn't mean that if you're done, you don't watch the next, okay? Please, let's respect each group. Even if you're done, this business of moving out, remember the assessment is still going on. Thank you very much. Please, the rest of us, guys, let's keep the silence. Let's observe. Let's watch these ones. Shukran and your group, please sit down. Please, let's get seated, the rest of us.
Well, when I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. She said that everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I look for is right in front of me. Everything I wish for, everything I wish for, everything I wish for is right in front of me. And she said, little things, Lord, that's gonna make me happy. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I said little things, Lord, that's gonna make me happy. She said, little by little, things up to measure, I'll never give up, keep on moving, little by little, things up to measure, I'll never give up, keep on moving.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause to the Baale Francis family. Please, Baale Francis family, make sure that you also watch the next group. Nankabirwa family, where are you? Hey, Nuliat Nambaziira family, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's maintain some silence. Let's maintain some order. Let's have some order. Kyaze family. What is the next? Shukran. And your group, the stage is yours. The podium is yours. Hurry up. Please, guys, hurry up. Okay.
When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. She said, everything I work for, everything I look for, everything I look for is right in front of me. Everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I look for is right in front of me. And she said, Haba haba kusha saki baba, Haba haba kusha saki baba, little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to. When I was a little girl, and then they told me that is a little thing inside that's gonna make you happy. She said, little by little, don't never get out. Keep on moving, keep on moving. And little by little, feel something measure. Don't ever give up, keep on moving. Haba haba, kusha saki baba. 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 Come on, 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 come on. Huh. Shut, 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 shut.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. We now go to the last family. The last family, that is Kyaze. Kyaze family. Yes, please. The rest of us, members, excuse me. The rest of us, let's observe. Let's maintain some order.
When I was a little boy, my grandma told me that I first get this anything again I wanted to. When I was a little boy, my grandma told me that I said goodness anything that I wanted to. She said everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I look for isn't right in front of me. Everything I work for, everything I wish for, everything I look for isn't right in front of me. She said that. Haba haba, buta saki baba. 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 Sing it.
When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that is the little thing in life that's gonna make me happy. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that is the little thing in life that's gonna make me happy. And she said, little by little, fill up the measure. Don't ever give up, keep on moving. Little by little, fill up the measure. Don't ever give up, keep on moving. Haba haba, just like give up. Haba haba, just like give up. Haba haba, just like give up. Haba haba, just like give up.
Right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
It's okay. It's okay.
All of the teams are needed. You are needed to dance this song. All of you, as team, all of you.
When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I want to. When I was a little girl, my grandma told me that I could be just anything that I wanted to.
He said that everything I read live at the measure. Don't ever give up. Keep on moving, little by little. Live at the measure. Don't ever give up. Keep on moving.
Haba haba, kusha saki baba. 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 Show, 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 show. Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. That's how we do it, the journalism family. So let's get seated. I would like to request Mr. Isaac Tomsange to come in a minute to say a word, and then we shall conclude with the Vice Chancellor's remarks. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, MC. Rito by Rito. Thank you so much, MC. Okay. Thank you so much, the MC, together with Vice Chancellor, Dr. Byamukama, journalism family, the parents of our houses. I may call it houses because I'm a teacher. Or families, I'm sorry, let me correct it. For the families who are representing those well-known families in journalism, I thank you so much. My name is Isaac Tomsange. Well-known Isaac Tomsange Musomesa from Mitiana North. Yes. I'm a lecturer from Makerere University, teaching in Development Studies Department, which is under College of Humanity. But what I've seen here is not what I was expecting from Nuliat University. You have done wonders. Journalism, the family of journalism is really your family. You have vibe. Allow me to borrow some tongue from the politics. You have a real vibe, which I really love. If I was young, I would have admired to go back and I study journalism. Maybe from Africa Renewal, nowhere else. Because the way you have behaved, the way you have performed really impressed me so much. And I encourage you to move on with that. Let me use the word from Mother Teresa, who say that God give you what you can handle. For sure, you are a real journalist. You have taken a course which I can see in you already. I'd come here for a few minutes. I told Mutesa and Ivan, I'll be here for a few minutes because I have to go to the constituency. There's some function which I have to attend to. I had to attend today. But I don't know where the function went. I end up forgetting. I end up forgetting that I have to go in Baale and Namtamba to have the activities there. The news were so fantastic. The way you are reading the news, I was so impressed. So please keep it up. Little by little. So bane mbebaziza nnyo mwebale nnyo balire ddala mukoze bulungi nnyo mwebalire ddala njagadde nnyo nagamba amawulire gange muje mugakwata Emitiana North nga area MP owa National Unity Platform addako.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to Mr. Isaac Tomsange. Now, the time that we've all been waiting for has come. Little by little, we are coming to the end. So I would like us to join me and we welcome our parent, our Vice Chancellor, to say a word. Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome our Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, MC. Friends, all I can say is that I am so proud of you. Now, I'm looking forward to hearing what, especially Mabel, who's in the industry, what she will say. But from my side, as an amateur in journalism, who always sees on TV, I am so impressed. I am so happy. Congratulations. Well done. I want you to really clap for your head of department and the team that has. I know this has not been easy. I know that it has been a fight between her and you. I am aware of the tears you have cried. I am aware of battles, they fight for cameras, for equipment, and all those things. But I can say it was all worth it. Let's give another hand of praise. So, just to let you know, and I think I've mentioned this before, the journalism department is one of the most vibrant departments here at the university. And as a university, we are looking forward. Yes, as usual. And we're looking forward to see how to support you so that as you go out there, you really represent what the university is all about. So thank you so much for the hard work. Thank you so much for supporting, for working hand in hand with your head of department. It could have been difficult if you didn't cooperate with her. And I want to appreciate the members of the families of our departed journalists who have managed to make it today. Our dear mama, thank you for being patient. You're still with us up this moment. Wow. What a honor. Our friend, the brother to our dear departed Baale Francis, thank you for staying this long. Thank you for being patient. Thank you, people, for really honoring our invitation and for coming. We are so blessed that you came to be part of this event. And the future MP, thank you for coming to be with us here. So our judges, Mabel, I always see on TV. I never seen you face to face. I am so excited that you actually accepted the invitation. I didn't know you studied with Oliver. I'm so glad that you kept the friendship. I know if I just came on my own, you probably wouldn't have come. So thank you for thank you for accepting to come and be part of this function. And David, you're always awesome. You're always doing your thing. We appreciate you. And to the rest of the teachers who are here and the staff, thank you for supporting this event. Jonah, you've done us so well at supporting. And this is edition what? Second edition, right? So I can imagine what the third edition is going to be like. Better and better, right? Looking forward to the third edition. And we hope that by then we'll have more equipment, you'll have more staff, and you'll be able to enjoy more. Thank you so much. May the good Lord bless you. We are looking forward to seeing bigger things. God bless you.
Thank you, our Vice Chancellor. And as always, as I said, the MC is always forgotten. He has forgotten to thank me. You also thank me. You also thank me for being the pioneer of this department. And you also thank my co-MC for being it is okay. I know it wasn't intended. But before, would like to also hear the voices of these people. Our mother has been here. Our papa has been here. We also hear from them. A word or two.
Okay. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite an honor to be part of this congregation, much as it was a short notice. I feel great about my late brother, especially when it is sounded that he left behind a very, very, very strong legacy. But at the same time, it's disheartening because it brings fresh memories of that very person. Why? Personally, much as he was a brother, he doubled as a friend. And one person he brought up, because when I was attending to my O-levels, I used to commute from his home to make it to college school, Makerere College School. So he doubled as a father and a brother. But remember, I said he was a friend. Nonetheless, thank you so much for picking that legacy among others. Olive, happy birthday. As they were singing that happy birthday, I only wanted to pose one question. How old are you now? But I'm told that that is one question rarely asked to ladies, unless she's a special one and she would like to answer it.
Today I have made 35 years.
Okyali mbooko. Yeah, to the administration of the school, thank you so much. Please keep the fire. Paka, paka, paka. The name is Charles Bruno Baganja. Within my profession, we feed on our patients. I'm a veterinarian, so we feed on our patients. I'm retired but not tired. May God bless you.
Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it, and be glad in it. Oh. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. Congratulations, everyone. I have seen I have seen great talent here. Great talent. Please nurture it and feed it, and don't lose the dream. I'm using my daughter's words. She says, run after your dream. Never give up. Don't be discouraged. Maybe some of you have got, we call them feeble hearts. But not that. Don't try to feel bad. I'm not the winner. It's not the end of the world. Don't feel discouraged because you have not shone today. There is a day for you to shine. Don't worry about what you cannot do, because when God made us, He didn't make us the same. But each one of us has a talent, and we have to use that one and grow it to the heights. So I wish you the best. As journalists, I'm not a journalist, I'm a teacher. Yes. As a journalist or a mother of a journalist, I borrow a leaf from her. She said, if you want to succeed as a journalist, always have a role model, somebody to look up to. And she had hers, and she watched them, and they inspired her. So I guess each one of you has someone to inspire them, someone living to inspire them, and then you are following the current trends in your industry. Number one, you have to be very well informed. Don't be afraid of asking, because it is more embarrassing to give what you think is a fact about someone, and then they turn out to say, that's not the real truth. The truth is this. If you had done your research, you would have succeeded by getting closer to that person or that personality, and then also getting the knowledge and the hunger to always get first-class information. That is my package for you today as a grandmother. Now, when I finish saying what I have to say, Mr. Baale Baganja is going to add some spice on something else. He is going to add some word of advice. Okay. Now, I'm so happy about the young boys and the young girls. All of you remind me of my daughter. But she never wanted what she called mediocrity. Do you know what that means? Okay. Always strive to do your best, and your best should not be mediocrity. So get to the top. Make sure you know the top of what you are trying to achieve. And I think that is where I'm going to stop.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mami. She reminded me of one thing. She said that you must do thorough research. If you are observant, yes, I heard someone from Mutima clan. It's true that the spelling of Baale is B-A-A-L-E. But Francis used to spell his name as B-A-A-L-E. That's one. Okay? Two, one thing he used to emphasize, that you should endeavor to pronounce someone's name correctly. You see, this business of tongue twisting when you are speaking does not really qualify you to be an English person, right? Make sure that you pronounce the names correctly. Two, many of you might be surprised that Francis professionally was an accountant. Okay? It's just a hobby that he chose to join journalism. I remember when I was still at my O level, he would call us, said, I think one of these fine days I need to challenge these guys. So he would pull out a piece of newspaper and says, okay, just listen in. Other news read to you by Baale Francis. He continues. Would you be impressed? So one day I was surprised. I was just at the college and I saw him at the screen. Little did I know that the guy was very serious at that. I just brought out that because it was mentioned somewhere that it's a calling. I don't know which group sounded that. Which group was that? It was Baale. And I didn't want to sound it because I would have sounded biased. But it was Baale group that did what? Sounded that it's a calling. And it's a calling that made him to yes. Thank you very much. Wish you the best.
Now, you people, Mr. Chancellor, Doctor, I invited these people. We are making phone calls. I want to thank God for Mami Rosemary Nankabirwa. She called me, and I realized that you people, we have to be serious. She asked me, what should I put on? What is your dress code? And then when I talked to Doctor, I was like, now what am I going to do? But since my mother is a Muganda, I want to thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring our invitation. As a university, we agreed with my students will be coming to visit you at your homes. In your homes, we'll come and have a meal with you. So don't expect much from here, but you will see us coming because we are part of your families. May God bless you.
Since I'm not a Muganda, for me, I will not afford to kneel, but I will request you, all of you, to join hands and we clap hands for these people. Maybe before they also go, I would like to say this. The day Baale Francis passed on, I recall it was actually that week, he came on a Monday to record the message. And I think Tuesday, that's when he was rushed the following week. At UBC, we are called the last descendants of Baale Francis. After the first presentation, I almost shed tears because for Nankabirwa, I remember her very well. The first bulletin she did with Maurice Mugisha on NTV. The memories are still fresh. I'm talking not because they are gone, but these are people I interacted with. So if you're seeing us here, don't think that we are young. We've also been part of. But all that we are. I remember the words he would always tell us. The word would always say pronunciation, and I remember in one of the classes, we used to have them from 7:30 to 8. You come at 7:35, you'll not join. He was a good time manager. So he said, the word is pronunciation. If you can be able to pronounce the words that I have taught you, even when I die, I'll be smiling. And I think I've lived to that dream. Those that I have taught, I always emphasize, you better use the English which you can easily understand than using English which is a bit hard. By the end of it all, we end up messing it up. Thank you so much for Rosemary. Everyone, actually, the memories are still fresh. Thank you so much. I'd like to request you go back and take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And I believe the hour that we've all been waiting for. By the way, before we even go to the hour, Madame Olive, you stand 35? I think we are age mates, and I happen to be older than you.
I am a mother of twins. Tomorrow, yes. And I am a mother to Divine at High Renewal. And I'm a mother to Kutamba Maraika Testimony. Yongerako.
Thank you so much. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, all I can say, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I accept the defeat. It's not a goalless draw. Yeah, I'm also a firstborn of 7. And at least I'm a role model to the entire family. And I've not lived to disappoint them. And that's the reason as to why I'm standing in front of you. So I thank God for that. Yeah, of course, next year, trust me, I'll also call you. I'll be double. So I would like, if the judges are ready, I believe this is their time. No, you do from there? It's okay. So this is the time for our judges. Please, all that you are going to do, let's listen. If you don't win, trust me, you are all winners today. So there is nothing. So over to you, Mr. Wabuche, Judge Wabuche, and Judge Mabel Tuegumie Zake. Thank you so much, and a round of applause to each and every one of you. Thank you for being a good audience. I remain Aaron Amanya.
Thank you, MC, the Vice Chancellor, our invited guests, the staff, my senior judge, participants, and the students community of AfRU. Allow me to greet you a good evening. I know responding to greeting now is hard because of 2 reasons. The first is we're hungry, but the other is we are very curious to hear what is coming forth. I'm going to speak first because my lead judge will speak last, and we are trying to change the narrative where they say ladies first. For now, my name is Judge Wabuche. I want to take the opportunity and great honor to appreciate the department and the students community and also the administration of Africa Renewal University for organizing such a very wonderful event that is not only fun-making, but is skillful, impacting, a situation or a session where we are able to reflect on what we know and what we think we've been knowing. And I'm very excited to be part of the people who are going to basically dissect a few of the activities you have done. For those who are not seeing, I am dressed in white shirt, and I've put there the coat, no, a half coat, just for those who are not seeing. I also want to say this task has not been easy. It has been one of the hardest tasks I have encountered while at Africa Renewal University. This is because the teams that came in here were all great. And as the table of the judges, we've had one of the toughest times, especially in getting who is who. But like other speakers have already said, whatever will come out of this reflects the realities of the capacities and the abilities exhibited from each of us who have been in front there. But the other very important issue is this is the learning process, which involves correction and it involves being guided, and so our role will be basically that. Very fast, I am just going to do a few observations, and then my lead judge will do other observations, and thereafter we'll be able to read out the results that have come out of the activities we've done today. Just like I said on the starting note, the assignment was tough, and the teams did their very best. And allow me ask each of you to put your hands together to appreciate yourselves for the great performance you have done. And another round of applause to those who have guided you in ensuring that you have what you have presented today. I am going to run through items very fast. We had a number of activities. Number one, poem. Very good poems, I would say. And the team from Rosemary did the first poem, did it very well. One of an item we identified was the person who anchored the poem loved the poem, knew it, but failed to master the poem entirely. And so we saw her getting off the track, and the flow was not very clear. The poem subject matter was very good because it was about COVID, which was in line with the theme. There's a team that had a very good combination A lady came and a gentleman, and they did well. There was just a small mistake that did not leave both of them as uniform or one party. A lady went first and the gentleman followed her, meaning they were showing us that they were different people, yet they came in front telling us they were the same persons. The speech. The 4 speeches were all good. Let me begin with Baale House or family. They understood the speech, they were audible, they had the interest and the passion about the subject. They commanded the audience and kept the audience involved. We saw that when they asked all of us to stand up to respect and honor the soul of the late, and we all did. That was very good. You participated, the audience, or involved them. And then the next house, that is the Nuliat house, there was a lot of reading more than addressing the audience. And we observed that you had instructed the audience to act, but some members did not act, meaning that there was something that was lacking in your communication or command to the audience, and therefore we felt you were not very, very appealing for the audience to move by the instructions you had given. Nevertheless, your speech was great. Kyaze had a speech written, and we saw it, and they gave us a copy. When they were coming here, the other houses gave us the copy earlier, which was very good, meaning they had prepared us. Kyaze brought immediately when they were coming in front, meaning we did not have the time as well to go through the speech, such that we can be able to measure your delivery vis-a-vis the written speech. You had the art of delivery. You had the creativity because you changed the narrative, while others were finishing by standing up in the honor of the late. You started by making the audience to stand up to honor the souls of those who have gone. And to us, that was creativity in speech and public speaking. However, you did not manage time. You doubled the time you were given. You used 10 minutes instead of 5 minutes. So time is very important while we're giving speech or speaking to the public. And then lastly, Rosemary, you made a very powerful introduction. You made us look like the speech is going to move all of us. We liked the background that came, that was in more of instrumental form. The sad part of your speech is you impacted us negatively because you left everybody sad. And lastly, your dress code was completely different from the message you gave us. One minute of fame, Kyaze was first. Introduction was not clear. We actually did not know whether you had started or you were going to start and eventually we had you start commentating the football. And assuming we had started by listening to your football, we could have ended up not knowing who you are, which show you were doing, but we were able to know that we were playing between a staff and your house or family. The third were pronounced. Out of the 11 players, we could only hear 4. And eventually the match ended. Nevertheless, your presentation was okay, and we want to urge you to go in that line, because if you groomed it, you would be the best one the society is waiting for. Rosemary family, yes, on 1 minute of fame, we saw 2 actors, but one was a ghost. We could only hear the sound of the other, but we could only see one. What happens if you're doing that, then you do not voice, you type. But eventually we hear some sound coming from somewhere else, and then you are responding. It made some of us to get worried. Now that we're even commemorating the late, could one of the late be back? But we loved the creativity. We only also didn't know whether you're doing a radio, TV, or live presenting, but it looked very exciting though. And then the Baale family. We don't have governments where we say government of President Museveni, government of Amini, and so on and so on. We don't have those governments. Okay. That family that said that knows. You talked about a curve. We never saw a curve because we even asked us, is that curve going down or up? For us, we didn't see any curve. So we had no answer. And generally, in 1 minute of fame, we expected that we could have some feedback from your audiences. None of you gave opportunity to your audiences to give you feedback. And for us in communication, in this era, feedback is just very important and is available. There are so many platforms we can use to give feedbacks. We've seen TV and radio, they are using WhatsApp, Facebook, and the rest. And so we did not see that. For those of you who know communication, you know communication is complete only when the feedback is given. I am finalizing English, news anchoring and reporting. The first family headlines were not played. We only saw one. Partly we failed to differentiate between the impact of COVID vis-a-vis the developments that were taking place at the health facility. Because we saw 2 stories in one, the impact of COVID and how the hospital did so well, but later we saw development. So we're asking ourselves, did the performance of the hospital during COVID result into the developments? So we saw 2 stories in one, but you did not dissect them well, yet they were very, very good stories. Then the live reporter could not master the rightful titles of some officers. We quoted a reporter referring to the VC as Mr. Byamukama. That is very painful to titles that have been fought for and struggled for. and suffered for. So let's find out the rightful titles for the persons we are going to quote. If it's Miss, then put it right, Miss. If it's Dr. Byamukama and the VC of the university, please do that. Then there was poor time management. The next house, you were very good, but the confidence at start was low. The entire bulletin seemed to have been a one-man's show. The lady was the one anchoring, was the one reporting about 2 stories. And so we asked the whole family, there are no other people to play the roles. And then there is a lady who did a story about COVID. And the person they interviewed, this one was, they decided to pick a student at Africa Renewal University. Yet there were some other authorities bigger than a student. We felt that was very, very unfair to an institution. Every institution either has the topmost or a designated spokesperson who we should always go to. Now this person they interviewed was affected by COVID, but in her narration, it looked that she was not very affected because she said, even, COVID did not catch me, So how about those who were caught and others lost relatives? To us, those would be the rightful, sources with worthy content that weighs more than someone whose experience of COVID is dropping out of school, but yet is another school. You get? The impact is not as big as that could give a story to someone. Then somebody said, let me finish with this. He was doing live reporting because they told her that time and she was going to go to the next edition, and she told the person in the studio that kindly let me first finish with this. When you tell that to us who are watching, you're pledging that you're returning because you're finishing something small. You never returned. So you lied to us. Kyaze bulletin in English had a very good live reporter. He gave, she gave a very good comprehensive background of the event that whoever was watching would picture, imagine exactly what is on scene. Gloria, who is in first year, you're very good. If you're doing that in first semester, first year, I think you're headed for greatness. I want to complete. There's someone who said listeners. That was Monica. We do not have them. We only have a listener. Please mark that. Luganda News. Rosemary, intro had some issues. Vanessa, you have a very good voice. There is a lady called Faith. In first year, you did a report. First semester, you're good to go if that is what you can do in first year and first semester. And then guys who did sports, that was not your story. We saw you cheat us. You watched a story and then later narrated, because what we saw in the pictures were different from what we saw when the reporter was on the ground. And what we saw was this pitch, but the rest of the footage we saw, they were completely away from reach. Shamim, a reporter, started the reporting well. You gave a good background. And there is someone who did that news in Luganda. You finished very well. Yes, there is some lady who read news for, that was Monica. She was swinging the legs. While watching, knocking us, we felt there was something burning you, the seat is a problem. So you made us sick, for those of us who were watching you. Meaning you lacked confidence, and stage fright was eating you up, and so you kept fighting along with it. There was a very good narrator in reporting. That is the same Monica. You did well in narration of the report you filed as compared to the anchoring you were doing. And my lead judge is going to speak more about that because she's very experienced, 15 years there, about the voice that anchors and the voice that narrates a story. Then we saw a story from Nakawa, and we asked ourselves, who funded you to Nakawa and why? Now that comes to a characteristic, a major one of news where we say proximity. Why do you leave all of these divisions and go to Nakawa? And so we questioned that story on whether it was your real story, original story, or you have also picked and pasted. Monica, you left the proverb without giving us the meaning of that proverb. And those of us who may not understand the depth of proverbs, so you did not communicate to us. And the very last, Baale House. Kenneth, Baale, yes, Baale House. Kenneth, you put up a very good performance. Your voice is good. And you're smart and composed. While Ivan's report was lacking, it was unfair and unbalanced. The editing skills were poor because we saw the story cut so many things and we did not see a transition. It was like black to white or dark to light. Yet we are supposed to have a transition, something that fades us from one person to the other. Sebunya came in and was very good, but later we found out she was a bit of jokey and turning it to be fun. Yet he was reporting to a national TV called Baale TV. And then lastly, as I finalize, in public speaking, when you use last several times, is okay. It keeps you going and think that I'm finishing. The magazine cover, we were not very impressed. And so we saw maybe one which was talking about a magazine. The rest, if somebody saw that cover, would not tell this was a magazine. It had the name of the magazine. Some of you did not have the issue. For us to know this is a magazine, there must be an issue. Issue number 1 or volume 1 or volume 10. How much is it? Is it free? Then we are going to make those comments because of time. And then the very last one, you're a good team. And when we continue practicing, the society will embrace you because you're a young generation of journalists who seem to have understood what the society needs now. As your judge, we want to wish you all the very best, and we're looking forward to see that every team wins. And if you are not the first, it means the points were just fewer. But everybody has points. From me to the rest of you is good luck, and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate my fellow judge for those comments. Good evening. To the Vice Chancellor, the Head of Department, all the invited guests, all protocol observed. Once again, my name is Mebo Twegumieza. Okay. So I'll try not to make many repetitions from what my fellow judge has actually talked about, unless I have to. And he mentioned earlier that you gave us a lot of work to do, so we tried as much as possible. I'll emphasize that it's a learning process, so if I'm so much on the negative, please forgive me. Just know that we're learning, and also do not forget that I'm a lecturer. So I'll pick on those basic things where I feel like you need or you needed to actually improve. But first of all, let's give each other a round of applause, and I'll tell you why. Journalism is about teamwork. That is number one. And of course, today, all of you from the particular families that you represented, this was actually exuded. There's no way you can stand alone in a newsroom because you do not work alone. No man is an island in the newsroom. In the newsroom, as a news anchor, if you have a bad script that wasn't well written, or that the script editor didn't actually go through properly, then you're likely to make a mistake. Then if the camera crew messes up, probably at the news anchor's table, or even in the field, then at the end of the day, we'll either have bad camera shots. We actually didn't also talk about that. Like we said, there was actually a lot of work. So we're trying to do a summary. We usually say in journalism that as summarized as a news story. Okay? So first of all, he talked about the poems, so maybe I should also start from there. There's one thing that all of you should know about poems. It's about accentuated language, meaning figurative language. Poems are about rhythms and rhymes. So those are some of the things we were looking to when we were actually giving you marks. And then, since it is not only a written poem, because we didn't get a copy of the poem, so we were basically concentrating on the recital. So when you recite a poem, we expect you to act, because poetry is also storytelling. It is another different way of telling stories. So in journalism and communication, you're either going to tell a story, if it is a news story for news or TV, supposed to, as you channel inspirational anecdote, to impact us who are actually living today. And then those that never even met or never watched Baale Francis on television or even watched Kyaze on UBC to know who they were and the footprints they left on this country. Okay, but some of the speeches, personally, I felt they were eulogies, like the eulogy you would give when somebody has just died. So, at some moment, I was feeling like crying. A number of years have actually passed. So now we are celebrating their legacy. Let me leave that. I'm a journalist where we should be summarized. So, let me turn to news. I'm going to talk about this in generalities because I won't specify for radio features. When we were looking at the news stories, from the news anchor into the news report, and then into the live, I'm talking about news report, the recorded news story, and then into the live reporting. Number one, the most constant thing that came through that was totally consistent from all the families was there's an issue when it comes to news angling. Yes, you know about news angle, anti-teachers. I might pick on one of you to start reminding us what a news angle is. Okay? But I won't because of time. News angling. We go back to what determines news. Is what I'm choosing to report about, meaning topic, because you were given a theme. So how am I going to use the already existing information, which is already on the internet, to develop a new story out of it? While you did it a little bit better for broadcast journalism, and now I'm talking about maybe radio and the TV stories, the story of newspaper article, actually it will even come last. So this is what I'm talking about. There was a mother theme to the media festival. We felt that you needed to localize that theme to the news determinant, which is proximity. So we go back to understanding what is newsworthy and what isn't, what makes news and what doesn't make news. So you look at the factors that determine news. Then you localize this mother theme to the locality within which you live. Some of you actually did a very good job because we were watching stories from Bulova, from within the university, okay? But then there were also specific issues. For example, choosing the right sources to interview. And I think my colleague actually talked about that. After you have localized the story, are you able to choose the right sources to know that for this particular story, I need a prominent person? So prominence within the locality which we live, then probably the vice chancellor, or maybe a head of department, or maybe a lecturer or a person is in authority who is in charge of probably a specific field within the university. And then asking the right questions so that when the sources you are interviewing speak, then you have the most powerful bites. I'm talking about the radio features and then the TV news. Because they say, do not put somebody in front of the camera if they are not saying the most important thing. So, in some of the stories, personally, I felt the bites were weak. And of course, the news angling did not meet the criteria of a professional journalist. Yeah, but of course, since we are learning, we're actually getting there. Yet, there are actually groups or families that really had very good stories, and in our comments, actually, all these are comments. Yes, I'm acing mostly on the negativity, but yeah, we were making as many comments as possible you can't even start to imagine, okay? So that was on on the news stories. And of course, as I talk about other things, probably I'll come back to it a little bit later. Now let's talk about the news anchoring. We have some good news anchors, so a round of applause. I usually say, ooh la la. And now the other version of ooh la la, which is in Italian, I pray we all say it in unison, is huzzah. Huzzah. Yeah, so that is to us as we pat ourselves on the back because we are actually on the right road. We have good news anchors. We actually also have good reporters. We just need to fine-tune ourselves a little bit. It's always very promising, especially when you're not yet out there for people to see you and you have a practicing ground where you can actually make mistakes and then people can correct you and give you bits and pieces of what you ought to do or what you ought not to do. So for example, I'll touch on these specific issues when it came to news anchoring. The diction, that is choice of words. A news anchor, when he's on set, the words that he specifically uses are usually scripted. Within that lead which you read, it is usually about 4 lines. All you need to do is read. And I'm calling it read, but I'm going to come back to that because we do not read news. As much as it's called reading news, you do not read news because the person who is watching or listening, even if it's for radio, is not even supposed to tell that you have a script in front of you, or actually you have a teleprompter in front of you. No wonder when audiences are watching news anchors, they tend to believe we are so intelligent, like we are the most intelligent people, even more intelligent than, our professors, the vice chancellor, okay? They tend to think we are the ones who go to the field to gather information. Then after gathering information, you come back and also give us the information. Some people up to today don't even have an idea that in front of us there's a teleprompter. So the consistence that I'm talking about, or the constant that came out with all the news anchors, is you could tell that they are reading. It doesn't matter whether you have a teleprompter or a script. It is about the tone of your voice. All those things are embedded in the voice. The tone, the intonation, you being able to mark punctuations is very key. They are just 4 lines of a lead, but are you able to pause when there's a comma, then continue and make a full stop without even somebody realizing that it's a long sentence that is embedded with punctuation marks? So that is a constant that actually came through. Then you need to restrict the comments that you make every after a report, a reporter's narrative. Okay, when you're moving from a reporter's narrative back to the anchor, you cannot keep commenting on the story that actually just aired. Why is this? Not all of us, actually, personally, English is not my first language. I started using English around primary 6, for your information, P6. But not all of us have very good spoken English, meaning how we arrange our diction or the choice of words that we use when we are speaking to either somebody or even delivering on television. If it is not a show, now I've gone into program formats, meaning if it's not a program you're presenting that is just fun and you speak the way you usually speak, if it's not People and Power, okay? Or if it's not Pandora magazine, now this is news. Yet, if you're given something to read, you can actually read it very well. But when you move away from the script, then you better be prepared on what exactly you're going to say about this specific report. Otherwise, do not just utter information. No wonder we were seeing a couple of anchors saying, as you know, like, those things that actually come through, they take away your prowess and the dignity as a news anchor. the moment those things come through. So if you prepare to make any commentary about a specific report, after all, you know the bulletin you're going to read, the content that is actually therein. So you even plan on the 3 statements, or actually 3 or 4 lines that you're going to say, so that it is still in line with the content that you actually deliver to the audience. Otherwise, when it comes through, like it usually does for some people, then it takes away that prowess of a news anchor. So you also need to watch that. And then the tone of voice also reflects not only in the story you're reading, but also on your facial expression, whether you like it or not. Some of the anchors there looked very sad. They looked very, what do they call it? Detached. I think that's the word I should use. When kube mbogonga monsonyiwa, ndi Muganda nedira nvubu, muluzungu si Rwanda. So I think the word is detached, right? So some of you looked a bit detached from what you're reading. So the tone of voice has the quality of an anchor voice, okay? But then it does not reflect or even exude on the facial expression. Like you look very sad, you look a little bit strange, seated actually right there. So I also needed to mention that. And it also goes back, okay, reporter versus anchor. I need to say this. No wonder some news reporters turn into news anchors. Actually, it happens all the time. Somebody who was a news reporter, and then the next day you see them on the table reading news. Because your roles are not different at all. Actually, reporters are better than somebody who is just picked to come and read news, because reporters are supposed to understand the news itself. And they've already carried and they know the reporter's narrative. Okay? So that is why some of the modalities we were using to actually give marks are not related between the reporter and then the news anchor. But we realized that some news reporters, while doing the reporter's narrative, that is what I call it, to tell the story that was recorded, actually had a better anchor voice than the anchor seated right there. And then number 2, my fellow judge actually was saying, but it kind of sounds like as if it's the same person. And I was telling him, if it is the same person, then that means number 1, you should pat yourself on the back. You have a powerful voice, but you need to know how to exploit this voice. How do you turn from the anchor voice tone into the reporter's tone? Oftentimes when you're doing the reporter's narrative, you use a little bit high pitch, unlike the anchor voice, which is low pitch. So you need to be able to tell the difference. So some of you are too low, others a little bit high, okay? And of course the speech, it was the poem where somebody was shouting the poem instead of reciting the poem. So let me come back to news anchoring anyway. My apologies, okay? Okay, I'm about to conclude, okay? So, you need to be able to train your voice and know that now I'm doing the reporter's narrative and now it is the anchor voice. That tone matters so much. That of the reporter and then this of the anchor. And we should be able to tell the difference. This person is anchoring and then the other one is reporting. Otherwise, not the other way round. Because some people were reporting, but the voice sounded like the anchor voice. Okay? So we need to take note of that. Then, they don't read, tell the story. Journalism is about storytelling. There's no way you can tell a story, okay, without tone. It's impossible. If a story is sad, try to channel the sad. If it is a happy story, like the excitement about our media festival, then channel the happy tone. And then it's a narrative. In Luganda, usually say, Nyumia. No wonder, personally, I felt the Luganda anchors were a little bit better than the English news anchors. Okay, huzzah. Let's huzzah. Yeah, to the Luganda news anchors. So can you channel that? Just like you're telling a story to somebody, you're narrating. Even news is actually a narration because it is a story. So don't talk. Try to minimize. You don't copy it, but you channel your own self in terms of how you would actually tell a story. Okay, I've talked about the difference between anchor voice and reporter's voice. Now, the live reporting, repetition of names. If an anchor introduces you by name as a reporter, okay, and extends the microphone to you on the ground wherever you are, they've already given you an introduction. Do not introduce yourself again. Actually, we usually say this all the time, but even your role models that you watch on TV, they have mastered it. But there are reasons why. Some of them have never been to a mass comm class. It's talent. Your HOD will actually tell you. There's nurture and nature. There are people who have it naturally, okay? Those that you see in the field that have the jobs that you actually need, but then they lack the nurture and the training and the education which this university is actually giving you to add value, either on the talent which you already have, or still when you are nurtured for a specific period of time. You learn because you've been trained. You practice until you get it. So meaning you, at the end of the day, you get both the nurture and the nature. So when a news anchor introduces you by name and links to you, do not introduce yourself again. And if the news anchor has already mentioned the location of where you are, in this case, the moment you start talking, add value on what the news anchor has talked about. Do not make repetitions again, because the news anchor has already said we are at Africa Renewal University for the media festival, and of course even added information on what the festival is about. Now, when you also begin talking and you mention the same things, my name, which they've already done, my name, I'm here at the university, and you mention the same things over and over again. News is timely, we do not have time. So you go straight into the information. Now, on the ground, many of you did not prepare, yet you had information about this media festival, probably I think 2 months ago. So you even had a snippet of what the event was actually going to offer. You write down this information. The more you practice this information, as seamless as you will be and smooth delivering it without actually reading it. It's the same thing with the poem, okay? It's a story. So even when you're doing live reporting, you're reporting a story. You see everything that is happening. You have all the information on your fingertips, okay? You know in which order it should actually come. No wonder there was a specific family whose reporter was actually struggling. And the moment you start struggling, then you start feeling nervous, and then we'll hear that your voice is a little bit shaky, and then it will even extend into the questions you're asking. As a reporter, how do you go to the field without knowing the questions you're going to ask, the sources you're going to find at a specific event? That means you did not prepare enough. No wonder there was actually a reporter who did a very good intro into live reporting, okay? And then all of a sudden, we had her ask, he thought she was supposed to ask questions about the media festival. Then all of a sudden, we had her ask somebody, how are you affected by COVID-19? I hope that makes sense, okay? Because the live reporting, why we are going from the anchor into the field is for the event and for us to know more information about the event. But then all of a sudden, no questions about the event, but about COVID-19. So you come off disconnected from everything that is actually happening. So which means preparation is very key. Okay? Then there were issues of pronouncing words. Like most of you, I don't know, maybe, I think in Uganda we call them accents, okay? I have no idea. Maybe I also have an accent. After all, it is not our first language, which is English, right? But even if it's not our first language, try as much as possible to pronounce words as they are. Try. Okay? Otherwise, it's a put off. When somebody watches you for a very long time, they realize that with certain words, or probably your whole arrangement of words, is not consistent. And if it's not consistent, then they'll say, you know? And such things are actually put off, they put off, audiences. Okay, let me make a conclusion there and make the final remark, which is back on news stories. Why I'm talking about this in particular, broadcast journalism versus print journalism. The heart of journalism is telling stories, which is news stories. Newspaper article. The worst performed activity was the newspaper article. Yet it is the heart of journalism. Not because they are newspaper stories, no. How we tell stories in print is not any different from how we tell stories on TV or radio. So how are you able to know that when you do a radio feature, or you actually do a TV story, you're supposed to source a bite, okay? But then you do not source bites for newspaper articles. We were surprised, and this is why. Only one family, in attempting to do newspaper articles, actually had quotations and attributions. The rest of the three families, you went on Google, you got copied and pasted information, okay? There's no structure. There are structures of how we tell news stories. If it is current affairs, use the inverted pyramid. But you don't even have to use the inverted pyramid. You can actually do a chronological story. You can do creative nonfiction and you write it as a feature. Looking at your introduction to stories to see whether they are catchy, they are attractive, even the ones for radio and TV, okay? Because as journalism, we want to attract the person who is listening or the person who is watching, capture them from how we introduce stories. We capture you, arrest you, so that you watch the rest of the bulletin. So from TV, radio, and then the newspaper, the introductions to the stories were not reflected at all. So as we try to improve, I think all of us should go back and remind ourselves what it means to attribute information, what it means to quote information. We go back to news story angling, and then we remind ourselves, how do I tell that this information is newsworthy, and then of course the other information is not? Otherwise, I applaud you. We have future journalists here. I'm actually very, very excited. Personally, I don't even see why some of us are still on TV or even on radio. No wonder we are channeling social media. Okay? Yeah. Because we need you, the new blood, to actually go and start telling these news stories. So this is okay, huzzah.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
So my final advice to you, please do not wait for the university degree. Go and start working now. One, it's going to help build your esteem, your confidence levels. I'm not telling you this because it's impossible, it is very possible. Personally, I started working in my first year at Africa University. No wonder when you ask me, I'll say my footprints in media span 15 years. Why? Because when you start out early, you can even actually write you and get you an internship letter, sign on it. So you go in the pretext of internship. You do it early. So that by the time you are done with the 3 years, you actually have 3 years of experience. That is the best way to actually do it. Otherwise, some of you who we were watching here, you already possess it. So what are you waiting for? No one is going to ask you for the transcript. No one. They are just going to put you in front of the camera or put a microphone in front of you to do a voice test. It's how I did it. I walked into NBS TV then, which was unknown, okay? And I did a screen test that was only 5 minutes, only 5 minutes. Intro, body, conclusion. Only 5 minutes. And they called me back the following day, and my first baby was born. That is Pandora Magazine. The rest is history. I did the same thing for radio at 933 KFM. No one asked me for the transcript. But you having the title that says degree in mass communication to your name means you have to be a better journalist than the ones we see on TV or radio. Because the skills you are getting is what they actually do not have. Now for you, you're going to be possessing both the nature and nurture. So you're supposed to be a better journalist. And probably that is why I had the following comments. So go grab the opportunities because they actually exist and they are waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Ooh la la.
Ooh la la.
I've been able to learn something. 933. Okay. Thank you so much. Our judges, a round of applause to our judges. Please, if I do mispronounce some words, forgive me. You know where I come from. I have survived all the corners to be here. So it's not my first mother language. Of course, I know some of you might have been writing. No, you spoke wrong English. It's okay. It is well. What matters is to have the talent and the skill to be able to live. So as our judges are finalizing, I would request one of us to volunteer and give us a word of prayer so that we go for lunch or dinner, and then we shall come back here. Then they will announce the results. Thank you very much. Of course, the order will be, let at least our people first go for, then at the end of it all, we shall also follow. Thank you.
Praise God. So, God bless the food you are going to eat. In Jesus' name I pray.
Thank you very much. DJ, get us some music. Simple. As the judges finalize, and then we go. Our HOD and please, then we go for. Thank you very much. Ooh la la. Please, make sure that you don't go away because we shall have to announce the results after.